Hey everybody, what's happening? It's Friday night.
Hi.
Hi, it's your friends here at Slices and Dices as we play yet another thrilling episode of Ravenloft Domains of Dread. I am your host, Matt G. Why do I sound like this? I don't know. It's an affectation. It'll go away with time.
Does it?
No, it doesn't.
No, I was gonna ask. Does it stand for Matt the Great?
Oh snap! I'm gonna change my name at the break. Matt G for great. My ego is inflating. It's Matt. Nah, it's fine. It's just
that's Matt the Good Enough.
It's oh shit!
Oh.
See, now we know. What's up? Oh snap! Blue. If you turn this and bring this back to Ash, she said it. She said it, not me. Ashley, she's gonna come knocking on your door, Maeve. She'll be like, "I heard you said some shit." Let's go.
I think I should go now.
No, you're not allowed. This is your story. Stay.
This is right. Yeah, you have to stay at least until your campaign arc ends, after which you are dismissed. Hey everybody.
No, you're not.
No,
you are not dismissed. Absolutely. Hey folks, we're gonna go ahead into the recap, which has been generously donated by our erstwhile scribe, Maeve. So all of the inaccuracies and edits that I've attempted to overcome, just blame down there, bottom right. Just blame her. But if you like what you heard, she's gonna just keep doing it. She's gonna keep doing all the recaps from here on out. She's gonna give it to me after every episode, and I won't have to write them before every single session.
I mean, I got you covered for Amnestria's backstory.
Oh, okay. You know what? When it becomes time for other people's campaign arcs, it's your turn. Just keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes on the time, because it's my time. Time to start writing. Brack knuckles.
Does that mean Red has to write something too, since we've already done this?
That's true. Yeah, Red. Get on that shit. What the hell? Actually, never mind. Yours is just gonna be like run-on sentences for it.
Oh yeah, you know how to write. I just run on.
No punctuation.
I signed up for writing notes.
No punctuation. I am the grammar Nazi.
I'm confident. Thank you.
As an in-game recipient of many notes from Red, can confirm.
Yeah, confirm. Oh man, how's everybody? Oh, but before we begin, it's St. Patrick's Day. I don't mind if y'all like have a drink on whatever you guys are toasting to, but I have one in this completely labelless and innocuous blue cup, which
that matches your blue shirt.
That matches my blue shirt, so it's just gonna blend in, and the Twitch mods won't ever know anything.
I have some in this amazing cup.
I have something in this cup.
And
This is the best Catmon ever. Please enjoy
you're not wearing
my cup.
You're not having a blue screen.
Absolutely.
It is.
Blue screen indeed. I'm drinking for two reasons. One, because I love all four of you, and you've made this game go on for a little more than a year now. Can you believe it?
Oh yeah.
So toast to you. I'm drinking twice. I'm drinking twice.
Ooh.
Ah, that's good.
Wait, have I been here a year?
You've been in the.
I'll have to go back into the.
You joined when Cloudy you died. Yeah, we'll have to check the archives.
Check the archives. But the second reason why I'm drinking is because Ms. Deadite has redeemed her 10,000 points for a Dark Powers high to roll.
Damn you, Miss Deadite.
Which redeems, I believe, one of the remaining
two left.
Three. So that
now
would
one
mean
left.
Oh, 3?
After this, there will
We only
be.
have two.
Let me double check. There may be only one left after this.
Oh dear.
One left.
Let's check. Let's check which one has not been redeemed. That gives me so many store options. I love it. Okay, here we go. Which has not been pulled? That hasn't been pulled. That hasn't been pulled. So guess what, folks? There's only one left in the Haitaroka deck after tonight.
After this poll? Oh
After
wow.
this poll.
After this one.
So I got to figure out something.
And how many are we sitting on that haven't been brought forth yet?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6.
Okay.
Can we know the names of the ones that you're
Nope.
sitting on?
You cannot. If you didn't pay attention,
Hey,
go back into the TV. Just kidding.
This character is not a scribe. I only scribe when it makes sense. Like I only scribe heavily
I'll
when it
tell you
makes
what I'll
sense
do.
for my character.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I will tell you the names. I will tell you the names, but I will not tell you what obviously that they do. Here we go. You ready?
Great.
Okay.
That's great.
You may surmise as to what they do at your own whims. Here we go. Card number 1, the Beast. Card number 2,
You.
the Dungeon. Card number 3, the Executioner. Card number 4, the Raven. Card number 5, the Temptress.
Oh.
That's it. Those are the 5. Now we have one more to pull, but we'll do that after the giant and amazing recap. Starting.
Can I say one thing before you do it?
Sure. Fuck yeah. Let's do it.
Well, I was just going to say that Megan joined in episode 15, The Monk, and that was 11 months ago.
Oh! So her year-versary is coming up soon.
Coming up.
Yay!
That's all.
And it looks
Go
like Mr. Wright's on her 11th month, I think. Yeah.
Nice. Joining us
Nice.
for 11 months. Make it a year.
Yes.
Well, maybe we'll do some
We match. Twinsies.
twin thieves. Guys came in at the same time. What does that mean? I wonder.
Chaos has entered all of your lives. You're welcome.
I'm only responsible for one of them.
It's true.
I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that.
I just wasn't for the other.
Okay. That said, let me, if you don't mind, join as a player. Why don't you want to rejoin as a player? Okay, sorry. My roll 20 is acting strangely, and I can't excuse it.
How
Did I make
dare.
it work? Still doesn't want to do it. Well, fuck you then. That's fine. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Let's make this go away so you guys can see that. That's fine. That's fine. We'll make this go the way I want it to. I control the horizontal. I control the vertical. I'm going to
Oh well.
have.
All our base air belong to you.
Yes. Let's open up our wonderful. This is going to take me a while, so you'll have to excuse me. This will be very detailed, but I think it will be great. I think it's going to be
Are you
fantastic.
going to read the entire thing?
I'm not going to read the whole thing because I did a lot of edits, but
Fair enough.
hey, previously on Ravenloft Domains of Dread. Here we go. The party, seeking more information about the apparatus. Oh, why is my music not working? Come on, music. There we go.
It's working.
Okay, cool.
That's fine.
Okay. The party, seeking more information about the apparatus, found themselves now traveling to the domain of Muadnhait, and upon arrival, standing upon a covered bridge. Music echoing. Never mind. Covered bridge. There we go. It did not take long, however, for them to realize that they were not alone, as across the bridge stood a terrifying creature known as a Dullahan, mounted on a fiery nightmare steed. The group quickly discovered that their lives were in great danger, the creature approaching Amnestria and swinging a wicked-looking axe toward her neck with intent to remove her head in one fell swoop. Clink, in a moment of selflessness, made the ultimate sacrifice by interposing himself between the blade and Amnestria's neck, saving her life, but destroying himself beyond repair in the process. After a tense battle with the creature, Louisa managed to bring it to its knees. However, the creature was not to be defeated so easily, rising again, and then bolstered by several heads of its previous victims. Moynat, realizing the fight was quickly becoming a hopeless endeavor, fled from the side of the bridge and into the waters below, in search of Cabe, who had previously jumped off only moments before. Amnestria fled as well, leaping across a gap in the bridge. However, at that very moment, Amnestria heard a strangely familiar voice in her head, telling her to turn around and save him, indicating Van Richten, who was in dire straits. And then suddenly, Amnestria lost consciousness. Louisa could only turn and watch in horror and confusion as Amnestria changed and twisted before her, the elven woman's hair turning pure white and her features unkind and crisscrossed with scars. Amnestria floated off the ground and engaged the horrifying creatures, giving the doctor a chance to escape. Van Richten, seeming to recognize this new form of Amnestria, began to repeat, "No, no," to himself, over and over again. Amnestria's face expressed nothing but pure hatred, expressing pure hatred and disgust towards Van Richten. Unfortunately, the Dullahan struck a crucial blow against the transformed Amnestria, knocking her unconscious to the waters below. The creature and its entourage fled into the mists, and then Amnestria was dragged from the waters. Cabe and the doctor as well, on the shores of the river below. As Amnestria regained her senses, she remembered nothing of what had just transpired. Wet and exhausted, the group then traveled to the city of Muadnhait, silent and mist-laden maritime burg just off the coast of the vast ocean known as the Sea of Storms. Muadnhait, testing the waters, found the sea environment somewhat troubling and returned quickly to the group's side. Amnestria, meanwhile, stared at an imposing-looking manor nearby, realizing that it was in fact the same building that she had seen in her memories of her childhood home, Heather House, now dilapidated and worn. Van Richten led the group to his shop in Muadnhait, but before they could enter, the rest of the party elected to visit a nearby apothecary. Amnestria began to buy expensive alcohol from the middle-aged gentleman who seemingly recognized her. After much pressure from Muadnhait, the shopkeeper became evasive, asking the group to leave so he could go on a break, and then locked the door behind him as they exited. Muadnhait was not satisfied by the shopkeeper's answers, and broke back into the shop using her newly acquired skeleton key, quickly being caught, but demanding the shopkeeper to tell her what he knew. Finding his refusal to be an unwise decision, Muadnhait instead decided to transform into an horrifying aberration of the deep sea and force the shopkeeper into answering. The man screamed in horror, saying that Amnestria had sworn to leave and never return. And he indicated that Amnestria's parents were terrible people, and then locked himself into a nearby room. Louisa and Muadnhait took this opportunity to help themselves to the unguarded shelves within the shop, rejoining the group with arms full of alchemical potions, much to the disapproval of Van Richten.
Suck it.
Hey, I hate you. You're a dick.
The group entered Van Richten's shop and were led to the basement to meet Alanic's contact within Muadnhait, Hafiz Nan Loran. Speaking to their plan to obtain an object called the Rod of Hutras, Van Richten and Hafiz mentioned that it was in the possession of Lord Wilfred Godefroy. Amnestria, recognizing this name, angrily demanded to know what exactly their mission here in Muadnhait was to be, along with why Van Richten seemed afraid of her. Although Van Richten feared that she would be unwilling to remain here in Muadnhait if she actually knew the truth about her past, Amnestria said that she could not wait, as it was clear something was very, very wrong with her. Sadly, Van Richten stated that Amnestria was in fact Loria Weathermay Foxgrove, who had died in an unfortunate accident years prior. Her twin sister, Ginnifer, began looking for a way to bring her sister back to life, attempting to revive Loria by performing an eldritch ritual that would eventually prove to be her undoing. Instead of reviving her sister as intended, Ginnifer's soul merged with Loria's. And the two sisters were trapped in Ginnifer's body, erasing Loria's memories. Ginnifer's spirit, meanwhile, was indefinitely trapped, desperately to break free from within her unintended prison inside her own body. Amnestria, now having learned that her sister Ginnifer was actually the person responsible for the form that she held, and that her death was indeed an accident, left the room without saying a word. Walking now through the empty streets of Muadnhait, she began to hear them, and then see them. Spirits, the departed souls of those who had died within Muadnhait and were unable to pass on to the afterlife. Each of them greeting her and welcoming her home. As she reached the shore, one final voice echoed in her mind, that of her sister Ginnifer, telling her, "Return what you stole from me, and I'll leave." That where we begin tonight's tale. Ooh, the timing! Ooh, the timing! The music!
I like it.
All right.
Beautiful.
Kind of creepy and kind of woohoo, spooky.
Kind of gets you going. All right. Back in
That was a
creepy.
Muppets reference.
I got there. All right, folks. So, I guess we begin the scene back in Van Richten's shop. You guys have all witnessed Amnestria just leaving. Van Richten's head hangs low. Those of you who have watched Amnestria leave, what do you wish to say? What do you wish to do?
Mikmick will, after a few moments, he'll get an idea and run out after Amnestria.
Okay. Make you run out into the streets.
Yeah, and see if he can follow where Amnestria went.
Yeah,
Just calling out.
Yeah, you're calling out for her name.
Yeah. Yep. And do you want me to make a
Yeah,
perception or
make a survival check. See if you can track her.
survival? Okay.
Because she's
First roll of the game. 13.
I mean, you think you see footprints that look like Amnestria's boot prints heading south towards the shore.
Okay, well, he'll follow those footprints.
Okay.
See where it leads him.
All right, Louisa, Moynat, what do you guys want to do?
Watching Amnestria leave, Moynat will sort of sit back in her chair and look to the others at the table and say, "She needs time. We should give it to her."
No wonder she hates you.
Van Richten stares at you, Louisa, and says, I understand much of what she feels. But nevertheless, feelings are. We must all do what we are purposed, whether we like it or not.
And what is the purpose of raising two small girls to be hunters, killers? What is the purpose? What are you trying to fight against? That they could not be children.
There are many terrors here within the lands. To give them the hope of survival is a boon, not a curse.
Tell us about her family.
What do you wish to know?
I am under the impression that they were not terribly well liked. Why would that be?
Her father is I guess you might call him. He does not hold a title here in Muadnhait, although most consider him the town's mayor. He holds the greatest amount of power under, of course, Lord Godfrey. And he is indeed deeply indebted to him, although to what I do not know. Although Godfrey does seem to hold some form of sway over Foxgrove. Loria and Ginnifer's mother died when they were small. And Lord Foxgrove only remarried that he needed to retain his title. A bachelor does not receive the same benefit as those without a spouse. So
He was not titled to begin with?
he retained some form of gentry title. The Foxgrove name is one of some renown here in Mordant, as is the Weather Maze, of course. So when Lord Foxgrove remarried, he decided that his daughters would retain his wife's original name, original last name, hyphenated. Whither may Foxgrove?
And the stepmother.
I know little of her, other than she is not often seen within the confines of Heatherhouse. She makes
So they're
trips
both
to
still alive.
neighboring domains for political sundry reasons. Seems to
How
be
is she
quite
able to do so?
She is, from what I understand, half Vistani. Cabe looks up and says, well, that makes sense.
And they're both still alive.
The times being what they are, yes, the last time I was here in Muadnhait, not too long ago, I do believe, yes, both still. I cannot confirm to the whereabouts or the current condition of Laurie and Ginnifer's stepmother.
Did they know of their daughter's fate?
Truly, no. They knew there was an
What?
accident. Their current status, if you wish to call it, is retained by me.
I'm sorry, what do you mean their current state? This is out of game. What do you mean by that?
Meaning that the fact that Ginnifer and Loria are now one person, essentially.
So when he says maintained, he means known only by himself?
That's right.
Okay, there we go. That's what I was confused by. Thank you. And so do they know that either of their daughters live in some form, or do they consider them both to be dead? I think that might be important for Amnestria to know.
Lord Foxgrove believes his daughters to be dead.
What was their relationship before the accident?
Do you mean Ginnifer and Loria?
I have some assumptions on that front. I mean between them and their father.
It was a pleasant one, although Lord Foxgrove was, he was not always the most pleasant man. He had much to deal with. He did show affection for his wife, although when she died, it could very well be that the shock and the loss of the one that he died that he loved the most might have had some effect, ability to show affection for. That is my opinion. I was a father myself. I can only speak to what I surmise. Hafiz
Why
Nan
not as going-
Loran
Oh, sorry,
sort
go.
of, while the silence is sort of pervading the room, Hafiz Nan Loran sort of stands up. This is the first time that you've sort of really gotten a look at the guy. He's sort of been sitting in the shadows for a few, since you guys have been there, and he's been very quiet, actually. Maybe only a couple times just talking about the Rod of Hutris and stuff like that. Been very sort of matter-of-fact about it. He hasn't commented on the affair at all. In fact, he's just sort of been watching all of you in the room, and then he stands up and into the light of the gas lamps that have been attached to the walls of the basement here, and you see that he's sort of quite young in the scope of things. He's certainly younger than Van Richten. I'd say he's probably like at most early 30s. He's got a very striking, handsome face, long, flowing black hair, green eyes, and he's wearing a very finely cut garment. In fact, let me see if I can bring you all over to...
Ooh, do we have peak shots?
There is a picture of Hafiz. So let me bring you...
He's
that
an
And was-
important NPC.
He's got
Was
a
he
picture.
an elf?
He was
Or
not an
was
elf,
he-
no. So let me give you his picture. Handouts. Handouts. Oh, that's the wrong one. Handouts. Hafiz Nanlaran. There he is. There he is. Blue eyes, not green.
Ooh.
Not green eyes.
Oh,
Hello,
Not
handsome.
expecting that.
Nor was I.
See, this is
Hi
what happens
there.
when you go through a Ravenloft adventure and everyone's like craggy and evil and then you're like, here you go.
Oh no, he's hot.
Oh no, he's hot.
He's very hot. I mean,
Yeah. So that means he must be the most evil of all, right? Like,
hey man, Sindul's hot and he's not evil.
That's true.
Well, Moy just
Well,
decided Sindel was hot. I don't
where's
think we
he
ever
on the
had our-
Van Richten scale?
Sindul's
On the
not-
Van Richten scale?
Sindul's not Louisa's type. So
I think he's pretty high on the Van Richten scale. He seems to be a fan. I will be back in half a second.
Norris.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, Hafiz stands up and he looks at three of you still in the room. Four of you with Cabe. Forgetting that Cabe's there. They're just like standing off to the side, sort of checking things out.
He's my half there.
Yeah, they are who they are. And Hafiz says, I do not know where your friend has gone. Very interesting person. Her history is a troubled one, for sure. I am not from these lands. I am from elsewhere, if that is how you put it. But the doctor, he gestures to Venriton, and Lanik Ray have informed me that with my abilities, my understanding of what it is that the Order of the Guardians is looking for, I may be of use to you. So I wish to make sure that, although this situation has put us certainly in perhaps a little bit on the, what do you say, how do you say, on the back foot? On the back foot? Yes, the back foot?
Yes.
The back foot, yes. That we wish to move forward, if possible.
Well, we'll need to gather the rest of our team, and as you just heard, might take a minute.
Oh,
So-
certainly. Dr. Van Ritten, are we still intent on moving forward with the plan, all things considered? Well, we'll have to take it one step at a time. I did indicate to Amnestria that with this knowledge that she may wish to not join us in our endeavors, but I don't know. I feel that a choice must be made in some way, and I cannot be part of that. Well, I will await their decision. Then, yes? Thank you. And Hafiz then sort of laces his fingers and sits back down again.
Moyna will stand up from the table and say, if you'll excuse me a moment. And she'll step out of the room onto the stairs or whatnot, just out of view and hearing of Van Richten and Hafiz. And she's going to cast Sending to Amnestria and simply say, you and I are more alike than I would have thought. Take the time you need. And when you are ready, I have information for you.
Amnestria sort of standing on the beach, having heard that voice, and then nothing. Just the sort of ocean waves.
She can respond if she chooses, but she doesn't have to. Why not? It's not going to be mad about it.
Sure. Just the sounds of the shore. You see that the waves are sort of crashing up on the shore now, And as they do, the mist, the sea spray, sort of voluminously spreads out along the shoreline, and just for half a moment, the sea spray sort of merges with half a dozen, as of yet, invisible figures that walk along the beach, which then become translucent for a half a moment, and then dissipate. I'd say by that time, Mikmick finds you, Amnestria. But Amnestria, you have certainly a moment to respond to Muadnhait if you'd like.
Thank you, Muadnhait. I just need a little while.
Then Muadnhait will just kind of lurk outside the door to the basement, listening to what the others are talking about without going back. Not going back just yet.
Mm-hmm. Mikmick, you only see one figure on the rocky shore of this beach, and that is Amnestria, and she's just looking out towards the sea.
And to get her attention, Mikmick is going to reach up with his artificial hand and grab hold of her hand.
Okay. She's still wearing her glove, obviously. But yeah, Amnestria...
Well, Mikmick's also got gloves on, essentially, so...
Fair.
And it's artificial hand, so technically there's nothing under there, so...
Whoop, technically.
Technically.
There it is.
It's in chat now.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Amnestria, you feel a tug on your hand, and you look down and you see the form of Mikmick staring up.
Going to squeeze his hand a little bit and sigh.
Yeah, Amnestria, I didn't hear everything over what was said, but there was mention of two personalities in one brain, and Van Richter not being able to separate them. It may be possible, but as he said, not here.
I don't know what you think you're suggesting, Mikmick, but whatever it is, I don't believe it would work.
Not with that attitude. But there was the one question I wanted to ask, just to know where I stand with, well, the other half of you. Because I know you have said to me, said to the whole party, that you just want to protect us. I'm just wondering, what does the other side think of me? Am I an obstacle that gets in the way, or somebody to be avoided, or can you tell me what your other side thinks of me in that way?
Mikmick, I need you to understand something. It's not another side of me. It's another person, and I do not know what she thinks. The only thing I know is that she wants back what I've taken from her, and that when I mentioned having friends, she laughed. In a mocking way.
Okay, so
I
one of those people.
I understand you're trying to help, but I really do need some time alone.
Now look, I'm not the one usually for pep talks. I would give you to Louisa for that. Just make sure she's not completely 3 drinks in and maybe just a little bit tipsy. but because I don't think I've ever seen her sober. But that's beside the point. I think, if I may analogize, it's like being a crossbow. You're the crossbow, and your sister is the bolt. The crossbow gets referenced everywhere. The crossbow does the damage. At the end of the day, the crossbow doesn't do anything. It's the bolt that does the damage. And the bolt wants more. Get his comeuppance. But if you need some time, I'll let you be. But just remember, you're not alone here. You do have friends that can help you.
Amnestria looks very confused at your analogy.
High intelligence, low charisma. What do you expect?
She has all these feelings and thoughts in her head, and it's just Mikmick's just going on and on about crossbows and bolts and everything. It's just like...
Considering her crossbow doesn't need bolts anymore, but...
She would let go of your hand and sit down in the sand. Just sort of cross her legs and take out one of her arrows and just sort of like start drawing in the sand, just to occupy her mind.
I'll just let you be now, and I know what it's like to get your memories back, and memories that you don't really want to know. So, take all the time you need. I'll leave you be. Just remember that you are not alone. You may care for people, but other people do care for you too. And Mikmick will just give her a quick pat on the shoulder, seeing she's sitting down now, and he'll walk back to Van Richten's shop.
Amnestria, as you watch Mikmick go, you hear the voice of Ginnifer, who hasn't spoken since heard her speak maybe in 6 minutes. You hear her say, "Why? Why do you debase yourself? Why do you lay yourself? You and I were unstoppable. And now look at you. Just look at you. You're a mess."
Should I not be concerned by what I've learned?
Oh,
Is that what you're trying
pull
to
the
tell
other
me?
fucking leg. Don't take the fucking high road with me. I know you more than you know yourself. Every thought that you've had, I've been hearing it. Every action that you've done, I've held your hand. So don't take the fucking high road. You've stolen something. Whether it's out of your own inaction or the will of some sick joke granted to both of us by the gods. My essence of goodness, my gift, has been stripped, and now I am trapped.
And what exactly do you want me to do about that?
Find a way of giving back what you have stolen from me.
If you truly speak correctly and clearly know everything I think, then you would know I don't know a solution. I don't know how this happened. This was a spell you did. Exactly how can I fix something you did? I don't even know how you did it.
Well, I guess that's something that you're going to have to figure out, seeing as you're driving the wagon, so to speak. Unless, of course, you do something and give me a turn at the wheel. It is a lovely ride.
I don't even know how to do that.
Oh, don't worry.
Every single time you've appeared, I don't remember anything.
That's for the best.
Is it?
You wouldn't like what I do when I'm in charge.
And what exactly do you do when you're in charge?
I do what's right for us. You were always kind. Too kind for our work. I did what had to be done. That night, on the moors, when you went hunting, you weren't hunting for her, you were hunting for me. Because I went and did the things that had to be done. And you went to stop me.
I went to stop you. So, what exactly happened then? You would know better than anyone, would you not? Better than Van Richten, better than I.
That banshee led us into a trap. It would have been me if you hadn't have followed like some simpleton. But you did. And she took advantage of the situation and baited me. Baited me into doing something to you which I regret to this day, love.
Do you mean shooting me?
There is a silence.
I'm just trying to understand. You regretted killing me, so you brought me back?
I had to. I had to. It wasn't fair. It wasn't your time. It was my time to deal with her. And you didn't have the stomach to deal with this. You never did.
Is that so?
Unless you can prove to me that you've grown up.
Well, if you've really been here this entire time, you would see some of the things I've done, would you not?
I have certainly. I've seen how you've made quite a mess of certain situations. You've survived by the skin of your teeth. Almost brought down your friends with you. Died once. Oh, that was fun. Thought that might have been an out for me, but guess not.
Well, it's clearly not an out for me either, now is it? So if dying doesn't separate us, what will? I wonder.
Your guess is as good as mine, sis. Why do you sound like Dad, always? You have that same stupid accent. You remind me of him so much. Every time I hear you in my mind, every time you open your mouth, I hear him.
That's interesting, because I don't remember him. So...
Of course you wouldn't, stupid. I'm the one with the memories, not you.
So, is what I saw in the mist your memories?
What did you see?
Well, we were on this very beach as a child. And Rudolph... they escorted us. Then escorted us back to the house. And we were hearing voices, much as I hear yours, much as I hear all of them. And then there was the one before, where I was in a room, strapped to a bed, and escaped using a pair of shears. And then stabbed you, which was really me somehow. I don't really know. It was very odd. Were those your memories?
Father could be very cruel.
Where exactly were you, or us, in those memories?
When you step into the mist, I don't know where I am. I feel like I'm falling. And then only after you come out do I find my purchase again in you. And I can see, and I can feel, and I can hear everything that you can. Every day a little clearer. Every day a little louder. When you are cut, I feel the pain. When you are victorious, I feel your pride. When you love, I feel your heart beat. But I know that it is not mine while you have control of it. So whether you hate me, or whether you fear me, or whether you love me, I don't care. I just want you to give me back what you have taken. Find a way, or I swear I will be with you until you no longer draw breath. And then Ginnifer no longer speaks in your mind.
Going to remain on the beach for a while. Just quietly thinking about what she said.
You hear the cackling voices of some random spirit from where you don't quite know. But it subsides.
Going to reach down, just throw some sand over my shoulder.
Always happens in the most poignant moment, right? It's fine.
He has a gift.
It's the
fine.
new Richard.
It's a good gift. It's a good gift.
It's the new Richard.
The singing kobold is now the giggling kobold.
Just you ball up a sock. You ball up a sock, and you just go.
I'm gonna start like taking bets on what he's watching that's making him laugh so hard.
Yeah. Ted Lasso.
Our house is on our apart. It's a cartoon. That's all I know. But it's not a cartoon. But it's not a cartoon I recognize. I've never seen it before. But that was what he had turned on when I ran through to go to the bathroom like 15 minutes ago. Our apartment's less than 400 square feet, guys.
No,
I don't have a lot
I'm
of
good. I'm good. It adds ambiance. It gives me some gives me some improv cues. I'm good with it.
If I close the bedroom door, then all you're going to hear is screaming, caterwauling cats who are like, "Can't go through that door! Let me in! Let me in! Oh, you opened it? I'm fine. Oh, you closed it? Let me in!
Next domain of dread. Next domain of dread, populated entirely by cats.
Oh, so my apartment. Cool.
Yeah, it is your apartment. It's a very small domain of
Cats
dread.
indoors.
Very small. Very small.
Oh man.
By the way,
I just want to create a D&D character based on my dumb cat, whom I love.
I have a summoned steed based on Brutus Cat in another game.
Battle Cat.
I have a very derpy panther based on Brutus Cat. Only he is much braver than Brutus ever would be.
So he's Cringer from He-Man. Love it.
Kinda, yeah.
You said, by the way, Matt.
Yes. By the way, who said by the way? Me?
You said, by the way.
I did. Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my thought. I lost my train of thought. It went right off the tracks. Never mind.
Cats will do that.
What does
Where were we?
Where were we? Yes, Muadnhait and Louisa back at the ranch, so to speak. Let's go back there.
Muadnhait has gone into the stairwell to send her message to Amnestria, and now she's actually just kind of quietly standing right outside the door to see what the three of them talk about without her there.
All right.
Because as much as she dislikes Van Richten, she's smart enough to know that she has been openly antagonistic towards him, so is wondering what will transpire in the room if she's not there.
You're listening at the door, and all of a sudden, in the silence of this basement, a chill goes up your spine. As the 10,000 point redemption of our High Taroka card takes place. Here we go. Let's see what it is. There's only 2 cards left, so it's like shuffle.
Yeah.
What do you mean shuffle? There's 2 cards.
Flip a coin.
Pick left or right?
All right, here we go. 1 card. To me. It is. Here we go. It is the Marionette.
Oh.
Ooh, that's creepy and ominous.
Yep.
Now I get to find out what the hell it does.
I don't get any hover text when he's big.
I don't like this implication when we have 2 souls merged in a singular body. I don't like it.
Yeah, for real.
So.
I like the arm.
You and I both.
Okay then. Cool. That actually is pretty fucking awesome and nuts and scary and okay then. I will find a place to put this into action.
I mean, we still got 2 whole character backstories to go through, so...
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of story to tell. There's a lot of story to tell. So I will highlight this to make me remember that I still have to put this into the campaign. Yep, and there we go. Cool. Okay. Why not make a perception check? Hear what you hear.
Okay. 18.
18. Yeah, inside the room, you hear Hafiz and Van Richten discussing. With an 18, I think that you probably make out 3/4 of the conversation, which is Hafiz saying, well, you understand that we have to do it there. She may not wish to return, but she has to. I mean, there's no choice. That is where the seance must take place. It is decided that this is the. I know it's there, Hafiz. Which is why yes.
As in, am I intuiting correctly that perhaps this place is where the ritual went oh so very wrong?
Oh, no. The ritual went oh so very wrong here in my basement. The ritual that we need to utilize to move forward in our task must be a seance guided by our friend Hafiz, of course. Points at Hafiz. At Heather House. Which is the ancestral home of the Weather Maze.
Yes, I do recall from your story of no more than 10 minutes ago.
Yes, I would hope that Lord Foxgrove, not knowing that his daughter had returned, might find it a happy occasion, our entry to his house, but now, with what Amnestria knows, it may serve to be quite a different union.
Relationships between parents and their children are always complicated.
Finrichton says nothing to that.
Can I insight check him for 2 things?
You can do one insight check and let's see how well you do.
Then which one do I want to do?
Which is more important?
Can I make an insight check to see what I could do that would get on his ever-loving last nerve?
Sure.
Back 20, come on. Oh.
12. Damn it!
Pretty guarded, to be honest. He's pretty guarded.
Yeah.
Very tight-lipped.
All right. Let's see. Thinking back on...
Actually, at that point, while Louisa is thinking, why not we'll re-enter the room? Because something he said made no sense to her, and she's just going to walk back in. Say, what on earth would make a seance a happy occasion, daughter or no?
Oh, so you heard that. Yes. A seance is what is needed in order to be able to parley with the lord of this domain, Lord Wilfred Godfrey.
I'm sorry, is he deceased?
Very much so.
This realm is ruled by a spirit.
A ghost, specifically.
What's his unfinished business?
Something which he will never finish, seemingly.
Of course not. If he gets to stay in power, even if he's dead, why would he?
Are you being purposely vague, or do you honestly not know?
I know his sordid history. I know that this place will not let him pass on as punishment, most likely, for what he did to its inhabitants. Did to his own family. Lord Wilfred Godfrey, like many men in this particular country, was brought up hard, cold, like the very soil beneath our feet. He was fascinated by perseverance. That the people within Mordant must, in fact, persevere no matter what the conditions that they were put under. And in doing so, became quite a tyrant not only to his own people, but to his wife and daughter. When they died, their spirits haunted him, giving him foul epithets, cursing him beyond the grave. Wished, of course, from my understanding, to be rid of their threats, their torment forever. So he took the coward's way out, committed suicide. But even then, his spirit would not pass on. It remained here, in Mordant, haunting his abode at the house on Griffin Hill. It was then, supposedly, that the walls of mist, the dark powers fed his ego and made him lord of this domain, that those within it, living and dead, would never be able to leave. Unless they had help. He looks over at Cabe. Of course. But the dead are as much his slaves as are those who have hearts pumping with blood.
Pretty
And
sure I
Lord-
punch a ghost.
And Lord Foxgrove serves him. For
Yes.
what end if he is trapped no matter what?
That I do not know.
Hmm.
Clearly, Lord Foxgrove has some debt to be paid, or Lord Godfrey has some power over him. I think by this time Mikmick probably has arrived back at Van Richten's shop. Oh, did I show you, by the way, did I show you guys the art for Van Richten's show?
You did not.
No.
I will show
Nope.
you, because I love showing you guys the official art. So,
Love seeing it.
yeah, let's bring it. Here we go. Here's Van Richten's shop. I mean, it's like a cute little shop there.
Aww.
Cute, very Tudor.
Very
I
Tudor.
like it.
Herbalist's shop, Dr. Rudolph Van Richten.
Yeah.
He was ahead of his time, seemingly.
We can
Herbalist.
see the stairwell, the shop we robbed across the street.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, he preceded the vape shops by about, I don't know, 400 or 500 years. Whatever. So yeah.
But man, his incense will fuck you up.
Unless you're a ghost. And in which
Unless
case
you're a
they all fuck you up. But yeah. Mikmick, you sort of, I don't know, I assume that you come back down the same way that you left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And enter back into the room. And he'll look around, seeing that Muadnhait is standing out where he was standing just before when they were having a deep conversation. And he'll just give a quick nod to her and walk into the big meeting room and say, "Okay, well, what did I miss?"
Blah 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 seance, blah blah blah.
Lord of this land is a ghost.
Very abusive. Seems as if there's an implication that most men here are, and she's going to look over at Van Richten.
And apparently we need to go to Amnestria's home to perform a seance to speak to him. You actually have not explained why exactly must it be there.
Are you asking that?
Yes.
Yeah. Hafiz pipes up and says, the powers within Heather House, yes, the natural affinities of the landscape and of the building materials, the pyroclastic ores within the natural how do you say magma formations, yes, within the volcanic elements here within, make it a prime location for the gathering of spiritual energy.
I do have some experience with seances. I'd be interested to know exactly what it is you plan to do.
We plan to gather information from those that have come before and are trapped here in Mordant.
But you said you wanted to speak specifically to Godfrey.
Oh yes. Godfrey, being a terrible spirit, will only deal with the dead.
I see. What about someone who has been dead?
I do not believe so, as long as you are not dead still. Yes.
Pity.
So If he
But she
only
looks
realized-
down, she like pulls out her skull and says, "He was dead once. Well, he still is, I believe."
Can he speak?
Do I have a spell to do something with that just for funsies?
Yes.
Actually, let me look at something. Do I have?
You speak with them.
No, but I
Damn.
do not currently have a Tales from Beyond active, and so Moynat is going to begin to sing a song, but it's going to come from the skull.
Oh my god.
So let me.
I'd love to have seen this.
All right. 3.
I'm a little skull.
Oh, we haven't had this one
Oh,
before.
oh,
This
oh.
is fun.
Oh, is this one that did you roll it already or no? Oh,
Yeah,
3.
I rolled
Oh,
a
you rolled a
D8.
3.
I rolled a
Okay.
3.
Yeah.
And actually, this is very poignant. So, as the skull's eyes begin to glow with a deep blue, its mouth opens, and you hear Moynat's voice begin to sing. Like sisters they were that day on the hill, when mist rolled from far and wide. No longer they see, but always they know. In one another's hearts they abide. And then it ceases, and I have the Tale of the Beloved Friends active at this moment.
Oh.
What's this?
By the way, Sarah,
So yes.
do you have inspiration?
I don't believe I do, no.
Okay, now you do.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have one, but I don't know what it's from, so
Well-
I'll just say that's now, because whatever it was, I probably lost.
Yeah, you probably have lost it by this time. Remember, it only lasts for 2 sessions
Yes.
anyway, so yeah.
Yes.
I think the
Um,
inspiration was from last session when Moynat.
Was it for the,
There's
was it for the
s-
Van
s-
Richten scale?
No, it was.
I think it-
for,
yeah, it was, yeah.
The
When
Van
you
Richten
left
scale?
it-
With what
That-
your character would do.
I think it was for the
that
Red
tracks.
Richter scale, yeah.
That tracks. That's about right.
It was for when I dove off the bridge, that's right.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's true. That's right.
When I choose to bestow this, the target, whoever I bestow it upon, and another creature of their choice within 5 feet of it will gain temporary hit points equal to a roll of my Bardic Inspiration die plus my Charisma mod.
Cool.
So this
Absolutely.
will be active until the end of our next until the end of our next long rest. So
Mhm.
may or
At
may
the
not
end-
need it, but that's what it is.
At the end of Moynat's song, Louisa just reaches up and just cracks her neck as hard as she can and just looks at Van Richten to see what his response is.
He's doing what my face is doing. He's like,
She then proceeds to pop all of her knuckles and her wrists. Like she does the thing where it's like one finger at a time and then goes like this, like right towards his face, and you just hear every single one pop.
yeah. Van Richten looks at you, Louisa, and says, "You're older than you look."
And you're much less charming than a titled man should ever be.
I never purported myself to be charming.
Oh no, I said should, not is.
I know very little about men. You know enough. Yeah, I know enough. I'm just gonna push this button. I'm gonna push this button so hard for you guys. I love it. And make this guy like, who's the real bad guy? Who's the real bad guy?
I love how much everyone hates him. It's great. It's really
Everyone
fun.
hates Chris. No, everyone hates Van Richten.
Everyone hates Van Richten. That's our new
Everyone hates Rudolph.
Everyone hates
To be
spin-off
fair-
Rudolph.
game. Everyone hates Rudolph. No, because that sounds like a bad Christmas special.
It's true. That's how Rudolph got into the song.
Oh
you
my
know, it's like
God.
that's the beginning. I didn't start out hating Van Richten, for the record. Like it has happened Gradually.
He grows on you
Over
in a
time.
negative way.
Like a fungus.
Or the
Absolutely.
other way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He grows on
Exactly.
you like a fucking fungus.
Sorry, Sarah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So, Amnestria,
God.
switching back to you. Sorry.
Gave myself the willies.
Sorry.
I did it to
Sorry,
I did that
sorry.
to myself. It's fine. I did that to myself.
Switching quickly back to Amnestria. Amnestria, I think your moment of reverie has passed. What is it that you wish to do?
Well, question. Can I say this was enough time for me to take a short rest?
I'd say yeah. That's fine.
Thank you, because I've been at 4 health for fucking ever. Um,
Great.
so, I'm gonna worry about rolling my hit die afterwards,
Good.
or hit dies, because I really need to roll all of them. I'm gonna start, I guess, walking back towards the shop.
Okay.
I just want to look across the street though and see if the shopkeeper that we harassed and then robbed has made any movements from his shop, or
Yeah,
is it still locked up?
Make a perception check. I mean, I'll give you sort of the
Sure.
outside view, which is that the shop is closed, locked, closed, has been plastered on the inside of the door. Let's see what your eyes see. Your Eladrin eyes see.
Let's find out. Perception
18.
18.
Yeah, I mean, you can only see clearly what you can see from the outside. You don't see anything that indicates from the edifice, from the building front, from anything about the door that there's anything different from the way you left it the last time.
Okay. No worries then.
It does remind me, Louisa, you have a lot of potions.
I do.
Moynat and Louisa have
Both
a lot
of you.
Yeah.
You guys are probably
Yeah.
like sorting through them. Maybe when Amnestria comes back to the shop.
Louisa's just taken over the table and she's just lining them up one by one while just dead-eyeing
Mhm.
Van Richten of like,
Moynat's pulling hers out of her satchel.
yeah. How many do we have?
Good question. I would say that you
Are
got.
there labels?
There are labels, and this is where we're going to do our random potion roll, because I did pull a random potion table for your
Nice.
approximate, the kind of potions that you'd get in an apothecary shop. So what I'm going to say is, I'd say you got 5 potions,
Okay.
and I'm going to have you roll a d10 5 times. The question is, do you want them to be all different, or do you want some of them to be the same? Because you just grabbed, right? You just grabbed and ran.
I'm okay. I'm okay with potential doubling. Are you okay with potential doubling, Megan?
No, it's fine.
All right. So, do you want? It was
think
your
I-
idea. Would you? You can roll 3, and I'll roll 2.
Great. You said roll d10s?
D10s.
D10s.
Old with it.
Okay, roll 3d10.
5. 5 to 10.
Well, she's rolling 3, and I'm going to roll 2. 'cause we both
Oh,
did it.
my fault.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's your 2 doubles, 11 and 11
Oh.
and a 12. D10s,
Got a
though.
1.
D10s, though.
No, she got a 1. She got a 1,
1,
3,
a
and an
3,
8.
and an 8.
Oh.
Whatever this
my
D10
fault.
plus 3. I think Amnestria is rolling. We don't know what
she's
doing.
rolling hit dice.
I'm rolling my hit points.
Sorry.
All right.
Oh,
And
it's
I got
okay.
2 5s, so
Okay.
mine are both the same.
Cool.
Oh, hey,
cool.
there you go.
All right, 1, 3, 8, 5, and 5. All right.
Yep.
There.
Super. So when you take inventory of the 5 potions and you sort of stack them, line them up on a table, you notice that you have a duplicate, only one duplicate, and that is a duplicate of resistance to fire potion. So this
Oh,
will...
yoink.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I think that may be
And
why
that-
you
that
took
totally,
Fine.
Totally
Well,
tracks.
that totally
As you
tracks
said, that
why
was the
I
double
grabbed
one,
hers.
wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's the one that Moynat's got.
The
them.
ones we not
What?
grabbed.
2 5s.
Yeah.
What?
It's like the
Yep.
dice tell a story or some shit.
Yeah.
And I also still have the Morona Balm. I've got a whole bunch of fire resist happening in my life.
Fuck yes. So yes, those will temporarily increase your resistance to fire. They last for 1 hour.
Oh, so the same as Morona Balm. Okay, cool.
Yes.
1 hour.
Maybe like I subconsciously recognized them and was like, yes, I want more of this.
Yep.
Especially like,
Even though you haven't used the first one yet.
yeah, it's fine. She's
Haven't needed to yet.
nobody set her on fire yet.
Yeah.
She sort of like put herself away from that, if at all possible, by diving into rivers and
I Or ran the fuck away
That works.
when the town was on fire.
That works too. Yep. Okay, and then the other 3 that our friend Louisa has are 1, 3, and 8. The first one is just a healing potion, 2d4 plus 2.
Okay.
You have a potion of strength that is basically going to give you an additional. It's kind of like a guidance potion. For any strength check or ability, you get a d4 on top of it. So any strength check or ability, and that includes attack rolls that have to do with strength. So
how long does that
unfortunately,
last?
it lasts for an hour.
Nice.
And we're all dex-based.
Well, that's what you
Well,
get.
But
for
we
rolling.
may need to lift. At some point, we might need to pick up something heavy.
That
We
is
have
true.
we've had that problem several times, actually.
And an 8. An 8 is an antitoxin powder. You just grabbed it. Was like full of sort of a whitish, sort of very fine powder, and it will neutralize the effect of poison or venom. If you are poisoned or have the poison, if you are either have the poisoned condition, or if you take it before you are poisoned, it will make you immune to poison for an hour.
Nice.
Cool.
That's it. That's the potions. Those are my most powerful potions. Anybody get that shit? Nobody?
Cool.
Come on. You guys gotta go on the internet.
Sorry, I was taking notes. What?
Nothing much.
I
Look,
did it.
go on the internet and look up those are my most powerful potions. You'll find it.
Yeah.
And you'll be just like cracking up for no reason whatsoever.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Amnestria, you walk in, you see Louisa, you see Muadnhait. They're sort of inventorying potions. You see Cabe. Cabe is sort of picking their nails. You see Hafiz. Hafiz is sort of gathering up a variety of materials from around the shop, packing them away in his haversack, candles, incense, various symbols, religious and whatnot. Then Richten is taking a list, sort of writing down, making sure that everything is appropriately inventoried as well. Perhaps writing in a journal. You're not quite sure. He's writing in a book. He sort of sees you come in, shuts the book, puts it back into his backpack, and says, I am glad to see you.
Nod.
Have you made a decision as to what course you will take?
No, I haven't.
Perhaps you could give her some time.
Time, unfortunately, is a commodity we very rarely have in situations like this. And as much as I would love to allow you to process the information which has been delivered to you, I must grant you further information as to our next steps if you decide to accompany Hafiz and me, and potentially the rest of your party, to your ancestral home. And he looks at you. Heather House.
Somehow I sort of knew that's what you were going to say, unfortunately. Do you really think that's a good idea?
It is the only place, unfortunately, as benefited to us by our friend Hafiz, that we can accomplish this seance.
That is not what I meant. Do you really think it's a good idea for me to go there?
If you choose not to confront your past, that is certainly a choice. I think it would benefit you greatly to have the full understanding and therefore healing that is required for you to grow from this.
I do believe it only fair she know that her parents believe her to be dead.
Thank you for putting it so delicately.
What other way is there to put it?
Yes. Well, there is that. Your father and stepmother believe you. Be deceased still, as does the condition of counterpart, sister.
Well, I'm sure she'll have a family reunion. She was not happy with me.
She very rarely was happy. But yes. And he just sort of like buttons up his frock coat and walks upstairs.
Did you tell them, Mikmick, what I said on the beach?
Mikmick stares into the void.
What? I was,
I
Sorry,
that was just me.
his eyes suddenly light up.
Is it
Sorry, was he in sleep mode?
Well, I
Red
mean, he is. He still hasn't healed himself, so he's probably just like. Huh?
you would find Amnestria looks a lot better now.
Yeah.
Sort of like bandaged a lot of their injuries and.
So Mikmick's still on the lowest health. Yay.
Oh,
Can we say we've taken a short rest?
I'd say a short rest is fine if you decided that you were going to do that. To renew your resources. That's fine. Key points in the
I
life.
dove off the bridge,
I
so
just
I'm
want to get
good.
my key points back.
Yeah, get those key points.
Yeah,
I
trying to be
used
an
one.
annoyance.
I'm good.
Trying to be an annoyance does not take a lot of effort. So
Noted.
I don't think Mikmick
I
gets that
dove
much.
off a bridge, so I didn't get hurt.
And I had a nice beach party. It was fun.
I don't think Mikmick gets much back from short resting.
You get to use
You
your
know,
hit
it
die
does.
to heal yourself.
Yeah. I think that he means the resources a barbarian or an artificer gets.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I think
We can
Rage
keep our
comes
rest
back
down.
on
Rage
long rest.
Yeah, rage is long rest, and spells
And
are
spells
long
are
rest.
long rest as well.
Yep.
I could
Yeah,
get
I-
my one bardic inspo left, but then I would lose the song I just sang, though I don't know if it actually matters, 'cause I don't think we're going to get in any combat before we go to bed tonight.
You'd never know.
But I still have 2 inspos left, so I don't think it's a big deal.
Well, then I'll
No,
just roll barbarian dice, see what I can do. Okay, that should be enough.
All right.
Enough. There you go.
You just see like Mikmick wipe like blood off his cheek, and he's like, "Oh, I'm good now."
Yeah.
I'm good.
I'm good. Band-Aid.
Was this my blood?
No, it probably does the old classic action hero thing of just spitting out a wad of blood, and it's like, yep, fine now.
Is that
I
a
didn't just
tooth?
get pummeled in the face and fall off a roof. I'm good. Let's go.
It's just a flesh wound.
I'm
I kind of
fine.
need that art of Mikmick now.
Because that always seems to happen with action heroes. You just have to spit out a wad of blood, and you'll find the fight
And
again.
you're good to go. Oh yeah.
Big
Always.
wad.
You don't need ribs.
Yeah, so I think that you all get the benefits of a short rest, having been here in the basement for a certain amount of time. So the question is, I guess really more for Amnestria than anyone is, Amnestria, do you wish to follow everyone to Heather House?
Yes, I do, but is there anything I can do to perhaps disguise myself a little bit?
That is certainly
Maybe
a
look a little
possibility,
less
yeah.
than I do?
I mean, listen, first of all, I know that at least one of you has a disguise kit. I know that at least one of you has the ability to change their form multiple times. So it really depends on what you want to ask your fellow adventurers.
Unfortunately, my 2 spells are only on yourself.
Yeah. Well, Amnestria didn't hear the whole part of, oh, we'll go there with his daughter. So she doesn't know that. So, she's just gonna like, grab a jacket, I guess, sitting there.
Okay.
Oh, I do
Yeah.
have a disguise kit. I can help Amnestria try to disguise herself.
Great.
Cool.
I was checking. I'm like, do
Cool.
I have one? And I'm like, I do. Okay.
I think the disguise
Yes, I
kit
will.
is the most underrated tool in Dungeons and Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
I have never been in a D&D game where a disguise kit has not been used, even to shitty effect, to some degree of either hilarity or utilitarian, effect. So, I guess depending on how you wish to disguise yourself, Amnestria, whether it be just like Amnestria with a fucking mustache, or like full on like Inspector Clouseau, full on like
Magenta?
fucking with a blow up parrot and the whole
Well,
deal,
let's see.
right?
Well, let's see. So your wish is to look not as yourself, yes?
Yes, I think that if my father
You don't
leaves
want them
me,
to recognize you.
do you think that's a good idea?
I am not you. I am only here to help. So I'm going to dig around in my disguise kit. I am going to none of your forms is your hair black, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, so I'm going to make her hair a deep black. Use some sort of like boot black or something from the kit to make her hair a deep black, and instead of letting it, sort of flow around her face like it usually does, I'm going to braid it into an intricate braid sort of around her head in like a little crown of hair.
Cool.
And then we'll take some makeup from the kit and sort of use it to make her face look thinner, perhaps a bit more gaunt. After all, we're going to speak with spirits. So to make her look as someone who does this frequently, sort of hollow out under the eyes, hollow out under the cheekbones, and then draw sort of an elaborate scar going down her face and over one eye.
So, like the other sky I have on the other side of my face.
Oh, you already have one? I didn't realize that. Okay, well, in that case, I will then... Is that scar something that Amnestria had before she left?
No, it's not actually.
Oh, well then, perfect. Then I will actually just elaborate the scar that she already has and make it look even worse.
Okay.
So
How
sort of
closely
maybe...
are you looking at the scar? I wonder.
I think she
mean,
would probably
close
be
enough
pretty
to-
close. She's
close enough to make it match. I'm being careful not... I'm only using tools to touch your skin. I'm not touching it with my hands.
I'm just curious if you can figure out exactly what it's from.
She wants
Never
to.
asked,
Interesting
so-
question. That's a question I can roll for it. The chances of me knowing are probably slim considering my own background. But what would that be? Like a nature check?
I'd say like a medicine check.
Medicine check. Okay. Probably equally bad at that too. So where are you, medicine? Where are you hiding? There you are. Oh no, I'm actually better at that than nature. Okay. 17.
I'd say it's pretty close. That's a pretty close success. So, what does this scar look like? Like it was inflicted by?
Well, it is actually 3 scars, sort of going down her face like this, and Renat would be able to tell that, by a hand, by nails.
Oh, interesting.
Ouchie.
I think what she's actually going to do is make them look make them look newer than they are, make them look inflamed as though she was very recently injured by something.
That's fair. Yeah, no one's ever asked before, so I'm like, this is a perfect opportunity.
I've honestly completely forgot. I think you mentioned them the first time you described her, and then they've never come up again. So it just like went right over the head. I forgot you already had them.
Ah,
So yeah,
it's
she'll
okay.
make that she'll make the scars look worse. She'll sort of like hollow out your cheeks, hollow out your eyes, maybe make your nose look a little bit narrower, a little bit longer, and color your hair a deep black, which overall just completely washes you out and makes you look super pale and unhealthy. And assuming that you were relatively healthy and well-fed when you lived with them, that would be a pretty big change.
So, if you could name a celebrity who she resembles, who
Ooh, okay.
who would you say that she resembles now?
Bjork.
No. Winona Ryder and Beetlejuice.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
That's what we're going for because she's got a very delicate, but like, yeah, and she has a very delicate face, and they hollowed her out a lot for that. So yeah,
I
like
myself
Winona
am
Ryder and Beetlejuice, but also
strange
like
and
with the
unusual.
flu
Love it.
or just drastically underfed.
This is so perfect for this fucking domain too. So hey, just don't
Right.
say Beetlejuice 3 times. Here we go. Let's mosey. Looks like Amnestria, you've
Me and my
got...
buddy know all.
Amnestria, you look in the mirror, or do you?
Oh, that's right.
Are you? I. You know what? I'm gonna flip a coin to see if she
Works for me.
does or not.
Moynot has a
It is
mirror, so
tails
she
to
will
top.
turn it to face you, and it'll be up to you whether or not you look in it. Because Moynot just totally forgets that you hate them.
Uh-huh.
In the moment,
So-
she's really proud of herself and what she's done.
So, this is the first time anyone's ever really done something like this for her. And she really appreciates it, and she just sort of briefly loses herself and this new elaborate ruse that they've now created. And yes, she does briefly peer into a mirror.
Okay. You look at the mirror, and looking back at you is a face that is clearly yours, but not yours. You see the flowing black hair. You see the stark facial change that has been inflicted upon you. But yet, you still see yourself. And then the reflection speaks to you, Amnestria, in your mind. And she says, whatever you do, don't let them take you. And then
What do you mean by that?
she dissipates. Face comes back to normal.
Amnestria would have said that out loud.
Yeah, you hear Amnestria say, "What do you mean by that?" Right into the frame of the mirror.
Matt, just a quick question. Since Moynat is a college of spirits bard, would she be able to hear the spirits?
You know, it's a really good question. I think at this point in time, based on the fact that she is in fact a College of Spirits bard, she probably does, but it doesn't sound like distinct speaking unless they want to speak to her. Instead, it's kind of like a white noise, like just on the fringes of her hearing. It sounds just like...
That's probably part of why this place feels so wrong to her in some way.
Yeah, 100%. Even more so, we're not, as you went into the ocean, because then the volume on the whispering like turned up. You just heard it more than just a whispering. It's more like a scream whisper, like. Very unsettling.
Yes, that's part. I think that's part of the reason she doesn't like this place.
You couldn't even
like
make
that a
out
lot.
like actual speech. It was just like fragments, like words here and there. But all of them, the tone, the demeanor, all of it sounded like just a cacophony, like a din of differing people. Maybe not speaking to each other necessarily, like carrying on
Oh,
conversations.
definitely not. Just everybody
No.
speaking
All at once.
their ghostly monologues.
Yeah. And no one, even though there's thousands of voices, no one hearing them. That's hell, folks.
Yes. Oh yeah. Except Amnestria. And a little bit me.
Spirit
So I
buddies.
think we need to get Muadnhait a tin hat then.
Yeah.
Keep the noises out.
Oh,
Yes,
I was just scanning colleges. Oh wait, I don't. Starting at 6th level, when you cast a bard spell that deals damage or restores hit points through a spiritual focus, roll a d6 and you gain a bonus to 1 damage or healing roll of the spell.
Nice.
Ooh, that's
Nice.
an extra d6 on all my damage spells.
Nice.
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 That I
The
didn't
more-
realize I had.
The more
Pardon
you
me.
know, the more you know.
Well,
But instead of a
You're level 6
rainbow,
bard?
instead of a
Or
rainbow,
level-
it's like a flaming horse just riding across the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. My nightmare. I will get that horse one day.
Yeah, he will.
So, are we walking over to Heather House? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, unless you guys think otherwise, you're all kitted out. Amnestria is disguised. Muadnhait has done a great job. I won't even make you roll a performance for it.
Oh, thanks.
No worries. It just interrupts the flow. Like Amnestria is like great, and then all of a sudden, like she's got a big fucking like nose, and you're like, rolled a 2. You know, come on.
As we're walking over, then Louise is going to drop back to just walk next to Amnestria, and she's going to say, "I'm not going to ask you how you are because that is the fucking worst possible question when things go hideously awry. So all I'm going to ask you," and she reaches into her belt where she has kept the silver knife that Amnestria gave to her way back in Cartacus. And she's going to hold it out to her, handle first. "Would you like this back?"
Amnestria just like instinctively grabs it. Like you've never seen Amnestria move in such a like a hungry, instinctive manner. Her hand just shoots out and grabs the knife, and then her eyes lock with yours, almost as an afterthought.
What? Are you saying something?
I believe I just met your sister. Briefly. She's a bit grabby, you know.
I'd say she's a handful, from what I've gathered.
So are
She
you.
doesn't seem to. Just smiles a little bit at that. I think in a different way, though.
Well, I don't know her, but I do know you. At least a little. I'm glad you're here.
Based
glad
on
you're
what
here
just
as well.
happened based on this convo we had in chat, I want to retcon one tiny thing that Muadnhait did snip a lock of her own hair and braid it into Amnestria's hair.
I'm down
So
with
she has my
it.
eerie token right now.
Nice. Good choice.
Yes.
I like it.
All right.
And it's braided around her head in a ring, so technically I can see around her from all sides if I were to choose to see through it.
Nice.
Okay, dokie. As you exit the shop and
I just
walk.
want to say,
No, go ahead. You first.
sorry, I just want to say one other thing. Because it seemed like Amnestria herself didn't actually realize that she has the knife back. Louise is just going to say, "She's armed, by the way, now. I offered the knife back, and she took it."
Just like fit her out of my person, I guess. See if I can find it.
Yeah, I mean it's in your hand.
Oh, that's it. I didn't realize it was still in my hand. Sorry.
Yeah, still in your hand.
Louisa just kind of like drops her eyes to, yep.
Down there.
Well, I mean, Amnestria is half a bottle
Oh,
in,
I
so
love that knife.
I
Good
love this
knife.
knife too. I had forgotten
so
that you had
good.
this, honestly.
I promised you I'd give it back. I'd hoped to give it back to you, but yeah, things happen.
But actually, I don't believe this was mine to begin with.
Well, welcome back, Ginny. So-
I'm going to reach down and just put it back in my boot.
The sounds
That's
of
it.
the sea are still sort of on the edges of your senses. You smell the salt air as you walk through the streets of Muadnhait to a hillock that sort of winds through a sort of a glen of sorts. You see that there are sort of small rocky outcroppings on the sides as you walk through this pathway, this rocky pathway, and the pathway ascends over the course of about half a mile as you walk towards the top of a plateau where you now see the foreboding shape of a dilapidated, but perhaps in its prime majestic, house. Made of stone and wood and iron. But there is a gate that runs, at least that you can see, around the entire premise, after which there is a misty grass grass-coated front lawn, although the grass has turned to sort of sickly shade of light brown. And beyond that, the front of the edifice, where a set of two oaken doors present themselves before you.
Astrea sort of clenches her hands at what she's seeing.
Then Rickton produces a small key. Says, Lord Foxgrove has granted me permission to enter, of course. Produces the key, puts it inside the lock to the gate, turns it. You hear a shriek as the iron grates against the internals of the lock, and then a short click. He retracts the key, and then grasps the iron gate with one hand and pulls back with his shoulder and heaves with force as the gate swings outward. And you hear just a wrenching sound, a sound of iron screeching against iron, echoing out. And then the gate stops. Mist sort of begins to fill in from the front yard of the house towards where you're standing and starts to wind around
Like
your feet.
mist
Like-
or
No,
Yeah,
just
capital M mist. Or
not
just
capital
mist?
M. You know the difference
Okay.
by now. The capital
like
M mists are
fog.
much more. Yeah, let's call it fog. Sure.
There we
Fog.
go.
The fog is rolling in off the moors.
I feel like if the mist shows up unexpectedly one more time, Louise is going to start taking stress points from that.
Listen, you take stress with it, whatever you want to take. It'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, the fog is pretty prevalent here, as the smell of the sea clearly indicates that this moisture is natural. It's part of the environs, but it's still nonetheless very
Creepy.
intimidating and creepy. Then Rickton
Hate fog.
quickens his pace, and Hafiz and Cabe follow him as he walks to the front. The click of his cane resonating as he approaches the front door. gestures for the four of you.
Is the spiritual white noise louder here?
No. It's the same.
Okay. Well, hi, kitty.
Although
Can I
it has not rescinded from your hearing.
Okay. So, same level. No change.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is there anything that I can hear or see?
From your perspective, no. Past the point at which you were greeted by those flitting faces, those spirits that offered you a warm welcome, you have not seen or heard from them since.
All right.
It's like Megan wants to say something, but I'm not quite sure what.
She's disguised, so what do we call you? Before we go in.
They don't know the name Amnestria.
Do they not? Alright. I was just checking.
Do they not?
No, they do not.
I mean,
Says Van Richten. Amnestria is as good a name for you as any.
perfect. That works, but just fine.
Great, because I'm shit at lying.
Let me look.
You
Actually,
and I
very
are
quickly before we go
not
in.
the only one.
Is there anything about your armor that they would recognize?
Not this armor. There's
Alright.
nothing that I wear now that I wore before, as far as I know.
All right, then, just checking.
Except for this, and she just sort of takes her necklace out with the ring and just tucks it back into her
That was yes.
shirt.
There you go. I had that.
It's the plan.
Van
I
Richten.
also
Go ahead, Gustin, you're first. Yeah.
I was also going to say that I'm going to probably not speak very much. Apparently, me and my father share the same accent, which is interesting.
You could always try to disguise your voice, but whatever you think is best.
If I had more time, I could teach her a great Cockney. It covers all manner of sin, but we don't have time, so.
Van Richten nods at you all and says, right, here we are. And he finds a pull string or a draw rope, I should say, on the side of the door, and pulls it, and you hear tang 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 as the rope seems to have triggered some form of a bell, kind of a bell that would indicate that there's someone at the door. What occurs in this place is to be kept amongst us. Yes?
I don't know who I would tell.
Hafiz says, there will be sights and sounds during our escapade that may frighten you, that may make you reconsider our plan. But it is essential that we move in the correct direction. Make the right choices. Yes? Van Richten says, yes, of course they will.
As I recall, the last time we did a seance, we summoned a creature that stabbed and then crushed me to death. So let's not have that happen a second time, please.
Hafiz says, oh, must have been a very bad seance. It's a joke. It's a bad joke. I apologize. Not, and then as he's saying that, and you hear the door begin to
It has to
open.
be beautiful and funny. It's
Wait.
too cruel.
Right before the door opens, Moynat wants to look at Evie and say, don't worry about being scared. And she's going to begin to hum a tune, quietly, but enough that they can all hear it, and enact a counter charm as they all enter the house.
Nice. Counter charm is very cool for Bard. Which basically means that it lasts until the end of your next turn, though.
But I can also just keep doing it as we're walking through the house.
Oh, okay. I'm down for it. Yeah, that's fine.
So he said we're going to see sights and things. So she's going to keep doing this until she needs to do something else.
Okay, fair.
I mean,
Just
quite
assume
hon-
she's maintaining a counter charm as they move through the
Yeah.
house.
Quite honestly, Hafiz, I think why not? It's probably the scariest thing between all of us. You haven't seen her
Moina
until-
grins widely at that, and actually, it hasn't been that long since she was in her altered form, so her mouth is still just a little too wide, and her teeth just a little bit too pointy.
Yeah,
But she does turn and give him a slightly toothy grin as she continues to hum.
Hafiz actually sort of looks at you, Moinat, and sort of nods. The door opens, and standing in front of all of you is a sort of shoddily dressed man in a suit with thinning gray hair, lines on his face, very sort of vacant expression, eyes sort of rimmed with red. And he's got long Eladrin ears. I'm sorry, not gray, not thinning gray, black, thinning and black. He's got long Eladrin ears, and he's got a goatee, and a mustache. Opens the door and says, "Ah, hello. It's good to see you again, Dr. Van Richten. Looks like you've brought friends. Is it to the purpose that we discussed the last time we spoke?" Well, yes, Lord Foxgrove. I brought this group of researchers. I'll introduce you when we come in. Would you be so kind? Yes, of course. Be so kind as to enter my abode. And he deeply bows and sort of does one of these kinds of things, and then comes back up to standing and sort of stretches a little bit with his neck. Sorry. Yes, do enter. And then he turns on his heel and walks inside the house. And Van Richten, Hafiz, and Cabe follow.
I follow as well. I want to stay towards the middle of the group as I hum my counter charm.
Yep.
Mikmick will just whisper to Amnestria and just say, should I be on my best behavior and not try and say something that could piss him off, or should I try and prod him?
She just sort of raises an eyebrow at you, then looks, just sort of stares for a second, and then she just doesn't say anything.
Moy, overhearing this, stops humming for a second and turns over her shoulder and goes, "Behave, tiny one, until it is the time not to." And then goes back to humming.
Well, in that case, after getting confirmation, Mikmick is going to retract most of his armor, and as if you can remember back when he was at the costume party at Dementliu so many episodes ago, he's wearing that costume.
Fine purple suit.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
So he's got that on underneath his armor at all times, essentially. So when he retracts his armor, he's actually in proper clothes. not
Schnazzy.
just-
Does anyone ever feel
It's-
like we need to give Mikmick like a big bow tie?
I imagine he's got a very floofy cravat with that.
Seeing as this is the first time I've seen this outfit, I now have all sorts of plans for whenever I get to my sewing again.
Well, his accessory is his gauntlet, because the gauntlet that it retracts to is the one that's well maintained, so it's all nice and shiny and all that stuff.
When the four of you enter the house, the odor of mildew assaults you. The odor of dust, combined with the sea, salt, and rot. As you look, the walls are stained although covered with dusty portraits and landscapes. From your perspective, this house is... the bones of it, shall we say, are still sound, but the skin is withered and fading.
I feel like it's going to eat us.
This house is a mummy.
It's a good idea, Megan.
I mean, the last house we were in, like, this bled, so, you know.
That's for sure. The door closes behind you with a creak. And you hear the cluck, 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 cluck of Lord Foxgrove's shoes as he guides Van Richten, Cabe, and Hafiz through the hallways of Heather House. You see that there is a large marble staircase in the sort of center of the foyer, which is a circular one. It seems to go up to a second floor. And you look up to see a magnificent, although somewhat slanty-angled chandelier in the middle of the space. A couple of the chains on the chandelier have broken, and it seems precariously placed in the middle of this room. That at any point in time, who knows what could happen with that magnificent crystal. Lord Foxgrove takes no note of you for certain, Amnestria. Or if he does, he doesn't make any show of it. At least not outwardly. He leads you all into a ballroom. Checkered floor. Beautiful, although the white of the checkered floor has faded to a sort of off yellow. And many of the tiles are cracked and jutting out of the floor. If this place was at one point in time used for revelry and perhaps performance, it hasn't seen that in a very, very long. As you enter the room, you see that there is a small parlor in the back that has a set of glass doors that face the sea. See a veritable mist-laden view of gray and the lapping of water ever present. You see that jutting out from this room, this parlor in the back, is a small balcony. And there's a set of French doors that leads to this balcony. In the middle of the parlor...
Why not immediately crosses and opens those doors to let the sea air into the room?
Yes, as you do so, Lord Foxgrove sort of puts his hands out to you and says, No. That we must not. They must be allowed to speak their piece here. Please. And he gestures to something that you haven't really sort of paid attention to, is that in the middle of the parlor there's a small, well, not small, medium perhaps, circular table, seated for 7.
Can I insight check him to see if he means to say he has spirits trapped here?
That's a pretty tough check. That's very specific. But,
well, that's because I'm not allowed to open the door.
Mm-hmm, yep.
Can I insight check? Okay, then can I simplify that too? Can I insight check him as to why opening the door? Why opening the door is bad?
Yeah, insight check. That's much more concise. Yeah.
Okay.
Or question,
18.
or you could say that are the voices still here in the house?
I mean, the voices haven't gone away. With an 18
No, I just
insight, though.
Why can I not open the door?
Yeah, with an insight, you can tell from his body posture, his voice, his sort of immediate attempt to intercept you from from opening the door, that there's something about this room and about the fact that the doors are shut that may, in fact, have some negative effect on the seance itself.
Having the doors shut will be negative, or having them open would be negative?
Having them open, sorry. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
My apologies. I do love the smell of the sea.
Yes. Yes, that's one of the reasons why. And his face sort of goes slack for a second. Yes, we love the sea too. Please. And he gestures to a seat at the table. At the table, or I should say more upon the table, you see a variety of articles. You see a bow. You see a necklace upon which there seems to be some kind of a symbol of some kind. You see a telescope. And you see a couple of small pendants. All of these surround a set of large tallow candles. Other things in the room you may notice as you enter is there are a couple of tables off to the side. There's a book, a chalice, a couple of trinkets here and there, and several vials of holy water. As well, within the parlor, there are a set of chairs that are placed on the adjacent wall. So there are 8 chairs sort of placed, as I said, with their back facing the opposite wall from the glass door that overlooks the sea. Van Richten immediately enters and sits, as does Hafiz. He sits closest actually to the book and the chalice. Cabe looks at Van Richten and says, where should I? Van Richten says, yes, over there will do just fine. And Cabe sits down opposite Hafiz. There are 4 more seats for the 4 of you to take.
I will sit down next to Cabe, and I will take the planchette from the manor, the first place we had a seance, and place it on the table in front of me.
I'm going to move you all to a map so you have a better idea as to what it is I'm talking about.
Nice.
Woo!
Yay, map.
Oh, I need to zoom way in.
Let me just rejoin as a player.
Yes, I don't know.
I did that.
I can't see anything.
There we go. Now the player works.
I will sit there. And you said there was a bow, a necklace, a book, a chalice. Anything else on the table?
Yeah, a couple of pendants.
Pendants.
I think I said there was a telescope.
You did indeed.
You guys can seat yourselves anywhere you'd like. One thing you may notice that, unfortunately, because of the way that this map is laid out, that you will you'll only be able to go on a grid unless you hold down the Alt key. If you hold down the Alt key, you can place yourself anywhere between the grid that you like.
Yes.
Matt,
Which is what I did.
The map is completely black for me.
Oh my goodness! Sorry.
Oh no, new vision for Louisa.
That's fine.
I know. I'm like, I put the goggles down. I don't know.
I fix for you. I fix for you. Everyone else okay? Your vision's okay.
I don't know why.
I'll give you night vision. Fuck it.
Thank you.
Funsies. There you go. How about that?
Ah, there we are. Okay. Yes. Great.
So, Amnestria would sit down next to Van Richten, and as she does, she would just sort of do a very similar bow to the Eladrin man who she can only presume is her father before she sits.
When you say you can only assume, you look at this man. You've heard the way he speaks. You've heard his intonations. You look at the facial structure. bone structure, face. And instinctively, even though you don't remember him, it's him.
Right.
Just know it. Without a word, he hurries over to one of the 8 seats along the wall and sits down. Hafiz says,
So this is Dad?
that is Dad.
Okay.
Hafiz walks over to the table, picks up one of the, well, I should say the book on the table, as well as the chalice, and brings it over to his seat. And then says, very well. Shall we begin?
Do any of the items on the table look familiar to me?
No,
At all?
they do not.
Very good then.
Okay.
Perfect.
If he receives no other indication, then yes. Continue. And he closes his eyes. And as he does so, the lamps around the room begin to flicker. And the flames begin to douse of their own accord, potentially, or maybe by something that Hafiz does. And he says, spirits of this realm, we call to you now, in our time of need. I beseech you, if you have any desire to right the wrongs that have been done to you by the creature that rules this land, will assist us. Come to us now. Come to us now and aid us. These 4, and he points his fingers at the 4 of you. These 4 desire your help. And each of you begins to feel a sort of tingling in the back of your head. Your hair begins to stand on end. This is a very different experience for those of you who have done seances before, even the one back in the House of Lament. This is a very tangible, very real experience. Your hearts begin to beat faster and faster as you begin to now see in the darkness that there are points of bluish light that are apparating throughout the room. And little by little, they begin to form shapes. Shapes of humanoid figures. And these humanoid figures, 10 of them in all, surround you.
Oof.
Mikmick has his hand on his gun.
And that's where we're going to take a break. All
Such a
right.
good place to take a break.
So, we will come back in about 5 minutes for more ghost stories, folks. Let's see what these ghosts have in store.
Yes.
Let's take a good 5 and come back in
Thank you.
5 minutes, where there will be more Ravenloft Domains of Dread. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Hey, everybody. So yeah, you guys are surrounded by ghosts. Yeah.
What else is new?
Do any of them look friendly? Really great question, Louisa. In a word, no? Question mark?
Sure.
Um,
That would have been too lucky.
yeah, I mean, they're not friendly
Why not kind of
ghosts-ish.
slowly pulls the planchette off the table and replaces it with the skull.
Okay. Guess a little bit.
I put him right there. Does the camera pick him up? Let's see. No. Too short. He's like right there.
There he is. I see. Does it not come through in stream
I'm-
though? Oh, it sort of does.
I'm
yeah, it can
holding-
sort of like there you go.
I gotta hold him
Jeez.
up for him to show up. I was hoping if I sat him on my keyboard, like
Mhm.
you'd get the top of his head, but no.
I like it.
I'm
Nonetheless,
Best
Also,
thing
he's
I
very
ever bought at
spirit.
Target.
Hafiz, seeing these spirits have now been gathered, he says, "Spirits, heed our call. We have summoned you to complete your quest against the Dark Lord, Lord Wilfred Godefroy, and to secure the Rod of Hutras before it falls into malign hands."
Moynihan is having a moment where she's like, we really should have asked more about what the fuck this thing is before we started this.
Does seem to be how our quests go.
Well, we were more concerned about Amnestria, to be fair.
It's true.
As he says this, the candle flames in the middle of the table sort of flare. And the objects on the table, the 5 objects, begin to shake. And then they levitate off the table itself, floating in a ring over your heads.
Oh dear.
And Van Richten says, quietly, almost to himself, he says, "Spirit adventurers have arrived." And he looks around, and you all see these 10 figures standing in a circle around you all. And everyone at the table suddenly feels together a jolt, as if an electric socket has been plugged into your back. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh.
Oh. Pff. Terrible.
I'm like, do I use my advantage? Do I not? It's early. No, I'm not going to use it yet. 18.
Okay.
Would have been a nat 20, though.
It would have been
19.
19 from Amnestria. Amnestria, you will have the first choice. As the spirits decide amongst themselves will control your body. So you feel, or I should say you and Ginnifer, feel the invading presence of 5 individual spirits. Only one of them, however, will be one that will commune with you. Your spirit will exit your body and will commune with this one, insomuch that your spirit and it, or she, or he, depending on who you pick, will control your body, will give you information, and to some degree, a personal benefit based on the spirit that you choose. There are now going to be 5 handouts that I will give to you.
Okay. Do we all get them or only Amnestria?
We'll start with Amnestria. She will choose. First of all, you can choose the gender of this particular spirit. The name of this spirit, the name of the 5 spirits, are either Adir or Adira Kirashil, who was a wizard adventurer at one point in time. The second spirit is a spirit named Ren Aglion, who was a cleric of some kind, healer, before they met their demise. The third spirit is a spirit, you feel that the spirit's name was Zan Kirov. Zan was a martial in his life, a martial adventurer, someone of fighter skill, someone of great strength. And then the fourth spirit was named Devon Glen. This also was some kind of a martial individual in their life. However, they were more akin to someone who was perhaps someone who was rather focused on defense rather than on aggression and attack. And then the fifth spirit, named again based on your choice, either Karsten or Clara Engelsfewer, who was more of a sneaky, stabby, roguey type. So you have those 5 choices. Whom do you wish to occupy your body?
There's a couple really good options, actually.
Okay.
I would say that based on who Amnestria is as a person, she would go for the person who was a spirit, who focused more on protecting.
Protecting, defense.
And themselves, yes.
Okay. That is the spirit known as Devon Glen. Now, Devon Glen has a stat block, but I'm not going to ask you to need to use it because the most important thing that Devon's spirit will imbue you with is a choice. That when Devon Glen's spirit enters your body, you will still have access to all of your attacks, all of your abilities, but you will also have the memories of Devon and all of their history. What information they can grant to you. Also, when Devon is in your body, your personality, as well as Ginnifer's, is gone. You must now take on the personality of this person, this new face, shall we put it. That Devon is now inside of you, and you will speak, you will act, you will be part of who Devon is. So think of this as a small jaunt into another character, if you will. Using, of course, the same abilities that you have. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ping you in Discord information about Devon Glen, where they were born, what they know, what they want, and what their sort of main credo is. That should guide you, as well as, of course, the rest of you when you receive this information, as to what it is that, what you can glean from being invested with this spirit. Make sense?
Yes.
Super. There you go. I've just sent it to you on Discord. I'll do the same thing to the rest of you. One last thing, of course, being invested with a spirit gives you a certain advantage. I'm going to say that you can choose one of these 3, folks, so please pay attention when I say it because the rest of you will have the same choice to make. The choice you can make is that as you have gained a spirit adventure into your body, you will gain a either spectral armor, a what's called an etheric cantrip, or transparency. I will give you those again. Spectral armor, etheric cantrip, or transparency. Let me explain to you what those mean individually. A spectral armor simply means that you will have a +2 bonus to your AC. Etheric cantrip means that you know 1 cantrip from the wizard spell list. And intelligence is your spellcasting ability. And the third is transparency, that at will, you can attempt to hide, even when obscured only by a creature your size or larger. So you can make a stealth check when you are obscured, rather than normally that you can't do that.
So in other words, no hiding behind Mikmick.
Yeah, essentially. That's correct.
Unless escape.
Yeah, unless escape. So which of these 3 do you choose to have?
Well, as I'm going for a theme here, I suppose, the spectral armor.
Spectral armor. Fantastic. So your armor class goes up by 2, while you are invested with the red. Devon, sorry.
And we all have the same 3 choices?
That's correct.
Okay.
So Devon Glen will go to Amnestria. Okay. let's just go down the list then. So, yes, Muadnhait, you got an 18 on your Constitution save. Now that Devin has been picked, you still have 4 choices. You have Ren Aglion, Adir / Adira Kirashiel, Zan Kirov, or Karsten / Clara Engelsfewer.
I am going to roll a d3
Alrighty.
to decide which one I take. I'm taking the wizard.
Okay. The wizard is named Zan. Sorry, not Zan Kirov. The wizard is named. Here we go. Yeah, Adir.
I think that was Adir or Adira.
Adira. Yeah. So which is it, Adir or Adira? You tell me. Or actually, you know what? Don't tell me. I'm going to make that choice.
Roll for
yours. A male, a female, maybe somewhere in between. It doesn't matter to me as long as you make the choice. I'm now going to message you their story.
I'm going to roll 1d3 again.
You got it. This is their story.
Non-binary is what we get here.
Fan-friggin-tastic. I've messaged you in Discord their particular story.
And I will say with non-binary, they go by Adir.
Adir. Beautiful. All right. Let's go down the list then one more time. Which of these 3 do you wish to choose for your spectral power? Spectral armor, etheric cantrip, or transparency?
That's you, Moina.
Yep, that's you, Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading my thing. Going with the spectral armor.
Spectral armor? Another +2 to your AC?
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans.
My armor sucks. That's the best boost for me.
No,
I have a lot of cantrips already.
You're gonna need it. All right, so Devin Glenn to
Oh,
Muadnhait.
well, thank you.
And Adir Kirashiel to Muadnhait. Going down to Mikmick, who got a 13 on his Constitution save. We have Zan, Kira, Karsten / Clara Engelsfewer, and Ren Aglion left.
I think Mikmick would take the cleric.
The cleric. Okay. That is Ren Aglion. Nice.
And he'll also take the cantrip.
The cantrip. Awesome. Which cantrip do you choose from the wizard spell?
I'll have to check to see what wizard spells I can get.
Alrighty.
So I'll just check that on D&D Beyond.
You do that. I will.
Wizards get good cantrips.
I will ping you the story of Ren Aglion. And last but not least, our dear Louisa. Louisa, you have a choice of either Zan Kirov or Karsten / Clara Engelsfewer.
So fighter or rogue?
Fighter or rogue, right?
Yes,
Okay. Go with the rogue.
Okay. That is Karsten / Clara Engelsfewer. Or, sorry,
Cool.
Engelsfewer. Pronounced it wrong.
Okay.
All right. And then for your choice, which do you want?
Since I'm taking the rogue, will I get any sort of tech kind of thing? Because that would mean that being hidden would be beneficial.
Unfortunately, just because you do not use the sneak attack per se, you only get the knowledge of that particular person. You don't get their abilities.
Okay. In that case, I'll the bump to AC.
All right, bump it is, and there is your particular story.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a read, folks, and don't forget your bumps, whatever fashion you choose. And you feel now, the 4 of you have been invested with new bodies, essentially. That for the time being, until these spirits leave you, you are now these 4 characters. You may begin your conversations, if you so choose.
What happened to us? How did we get here? Looks around, looks at the hand or the skull that my hand is on. Is what? I don't understand.
Hafiz sort of looks around at the four of you, looks at you, Muadnhait, and says, Yes, I understand this may be somewhat disconcerting.
Who are you?
Cabe looks at Hafiz and says, Yeah, this is really weird. I don't know what's going on.
I should have thought about that.
Do we have all the handouts to know who can we? I need I'm sorry, I need a list of who's who if we're gonna recognize their
sure.
voices and know who they are.
Sure.
So it's can we type it over here?
Yeah,
on
I'll
the
type it.
screeners?
I'll type it in Roll20. So
okay, perfect.
Quick check. Megan, name Karsten, Clara. You tell me.
Go with Karsten. Sure, why not? This will be fun.
Okay, Karsten was the rogue. And that's played by, and I'll put that in parentheses, right? That's Megan's character. I'm gonna say Megan since you guys are not your characters any longer.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, perfect.
Zan Kirov, the fighter, the attacking fighter, is actually Cabe.
Yep, that's what I figured. But I'm like, I need to know who that is.
Certainly do.
I need to know who. Couldn't remember the names off the top of my head.
Yep, Devin.
Not that good.
Devin is the defender fighter, and that is Maeve.
Yeah.
And then we've got a deer. That's you.
A deer.
Yep.
That's me.
A deer is the
wizard.
Wizard. And that is Sarah. And then we've got Ren is the cleric.
The cleric, which is me.
Yep.
Yeah, which is red.
And that is Red. Boom.
Red is Ren.
Ren is red. Red is Ren.
Ren is red.
Red, Ren. Red, Ren.
Then I will turn to Cabe and say, Zan, you look different. What's going on?
Oh, wow. You sound different, Adir. You look different. You look hot.
Sound different? Thank you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did I not before? Huh.
It's
Where
fine.
are we?
We were. Well, we died, and now, I guess now we're here.
Well, this is unexpected.
Tell me about it.
Huh.
Can we get up and move around?
Yeah, you guys can get up and move around, absolutely.
Karsten is going to stand up and seeing the book on the table over there is going to make a beeline towards that book and see what the title of it is.
Okay. You mean the book that Hafiz was using?
No, I mean, this is a book right here, right?
Which book? Oh, yeah, that was the book that
there.
Hafiz used. Sorry. That was the book that Hafiz used. Yeah.
Used. Okay, great. Yeah, so he will get up and not say a word, just walk over and look at the book and see what it is.
Yeah, the book is Rites and Rituals of the Dead by the Duke of Warncolis.
He just kind of snarls and puts it back down, and I will move my character over there. And we'll just kind of fold his arms and lean back against the table and watch.
I think as well by this time, the spirits that have been sort of called forth, summoned, and now summoned and possessed into new physical bodies. I would say that the others disperse at this point in time, because there's no need to have you wonder about the rest of them. For now, anyway. All right.
Yeah, a deer is gonna sort of stand up and walk around the room and say, have we been here before? This doesn't look familiar to me.
Hafiz says,
Yeah.
No. You have not been here before, but you have been offered a second chance, yes?
I mean, I've been here before.
You are not familiar. Who are you?
Devon.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm on the map. That was directed at Hafiz.
Hafiz, yeah, Hafiz
The one
says,
who's not one of us.
Yeah, Hafiz says, I am Hafiz Nan Loran, sage, scholar, artisan. What is your name?
She looks over at the book in his hands and says, or sorry, they look at the book in his hands and say, oh, clearly you did this.
I have offered you a chance for redemption.
Redemption? For what? I am a dear Kirishil.
Yes,
But what do I need to be redeemed for?
you died with unfinished business. You attempted to retain the Rod of Hutras. It was your and your companions, he points to the other four of you, last mission granted to you before you perished.
With all Kirishil's memories, do we know who sent us to do this?
You do. You know that you were sent by Atlantic Ray.
Motherfucker. And Moynat is not at all part of this body right now, right? She's like
Nope. Moynat does not know.
elsewhere in the ether.
She does not hear or see anything. So this is all a deer.
Well, yes, the rod. Or so the apparatus. The apparatus was made by Rastanon, but... Oh, sorry, no, he didn't mention the apparatus. Never mind, I take that back. The rod of... The rod of what?
The Rod of Hutras. Oh, then you know of it.
Okay, remind me again of... Like, so, but we... Okay, so would we know... I'm sorry. I'm trying to get into the roleplay of entirely new human here.
All good.
Actually, you didn't give us races. I just assumed.
No,
human,
you guys
but,
can choose whatever you want. Races, names, physical descriptions, how you died. I'd love for you guys to tell me how you died during your last mission, too.
We got to figure out what happened to us first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I said human, so I'm assuming human.
Sure.
Did we know why we were sent for the rod?
Yes. You know that you were sent for the rod because in the wrong hands, the Rod of Hutras was...
Very bad.
Very bad. One of you specifically knows all about the Rod of Hutras. Some of you may know more than others.
Did we know, as our characters know, that the rod controls the apparatus?
I think so. I think that you were granted that information.
Okay.
Well, I mean, on my character
Do we
sheet,
know
does-
what the apparatus does? Okay.
None of you
That's
really
fair.
know what the apparatus does.
Okay.
Something.
Definitely does something. Something bad.
Well, yes, we were sent to get the rod, and then... Do we know... I'm sorry, last question, and then I'm going to try to just roleplay out from here.
Yeah.
Do we know who we were sent to get it from?
From Lord Wilfred Godefroy.
Was he alive at that point in time, or was he a ghost?
Was a ghost.
Okay.
Damn it, go for it.
Oh, well, yes, we were sent to get the rod, and we were on our way... Oh. Oh.
We were there. Now we're
Looking
here.
at them like, isn't that interesting? And who is this? This is not... Especially, like, looking at the boobs, it's like, this is not... me.
No. It is a
Gonna do this
It is a vessel. It is a vessel that you may utilize to bring you to the presence of Lord Godfrey, and perhaps as well utilize it to finish your business here in Mordent.
And you hear coming from. So should I say that I'm? Yeah. Should I say coming from Ren or coming from?
This is
Mikmick.
all Mikmick is as far
You're
as you,
Ren.
yeah. This is all Mikmick, 100%. Mikmick is as far as you are aware unconscious, as is
Okay.
Amnestria, as is Ginnifer, as is Muadnhait, as is Louisa.
Okay. So when I say I'm talking as Ren. Okay.
You're Ren.
You're
You're
Ren.
Ren.
Yeah, and Ren will just pipe up at this time, and he'll just I know who you are. Well, who you were. Well, I mean, what your body is. But I don't know if you should sing. That's all I am going to say.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Ren, what's going on?
I don't know what you're talking about because, well, you're only talking about one rod. There's actually 2 rods that we have to look for.
What?
Wait, since then, what?
The apparatus needs 2 rods to work. The one that you were talking about, what was it? The rod of Hotras?
Yes, the rod of
Who
Hut-
trust?
Yes, there is a second rod.
Yes. The rod of Rustian. Or Rustinian, or however you want to say it.
Rastian? Rastian is the
Rasputin.
one who made the apparatus. He also had a rod?
Then-
It seems that way, yes.
Van Richten gently corrects the two of you as not to disturb the spirits within inside you.
Rastinon. Sorry,
you
I
go.
just looked at my notes again.
Yes, he says it's pronounced.
Rastinon. Yeah, no. He made the apparatus. So what, he made a rod for himself and someone else?
It seems that way.
Well, the rod of Rastinon has been missing, hasn't it? It's really hard to do a guy's accent. I'm trying so hard.
You're doing great, Maeve. You're fucking rocking it. Let's go.
Maeve, just honestly, Maeve, I can tell you from experience, just use your normal voice. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Use your normal voice, but pretend you're a dude. That's all you gotta do.
And I don't know what this voice I've made up.
I
for
love
this
it. I
character
fucking
is.
love
I
Red's
love that
voice.
voice.
It's like, yeah.
I realized that I went weirdly Valley Girl for a second there, and I'm like, nope, pull it back. I just need to talk like myself, is what I need to do.
Like a cross between Urkel and I don't know what, but there's definitely Urkel in it.
We haven't. I don't think we've
Somewhere.
heard. Have we heard Louisa's voice yet? Or I should say, have we heard?
No, we haven't. I don't-
No,
we
he has
haven't-
not spoken yet.
Yeah, we have not heard Karsten's voice.
He snarled a little bit.
He snarled, that was it.
Yeah,
Oh.
and that's it.
So
You
wait,
should make him. You should have him sound like Karsten from.
From
Carson
what?
Hold on.
Daly.
Yeah.
hold on, Devin and Ren. How did you two know about this second Rob without the rest of us? And why didn't you tell us?
That's a good question. Gotta think of reason.
You can just make it up on the spot, folks. This is as much entertaining
We
for
were,
me
we
as
were
it is for
looking for the
chat.
first one.
I fucking love this.
Not looking for the Rastion one. That's why.
There you go. Perfect reasoning.
But yeah, but it should have still mattered. Information is important. If we don't know everything, then of course we're going to step wrong.
Well, yeah, but it was lost. So
But we still should have known it existed. How did you know?
I feel like this conversation is going in the wrong direction. You all are discombobulated. I understand. He points to the 5 of you, including Cabe.
Did we all do we all know each other? Because I mean, I only know one, according to my backstory.
I think that at some point
that's what's currently
yeah.
snagging me at the moment.
The way that I kind of read this, because like none of you are mentioned in my backstory, I assumed we were all an adventuring party that went out together.
That's correct. That is exactly what happened. So that the 5 of you, some of you may know each other personally, but others maybe not. But you were all brought together by the order of the Guardians to do a specific mission.
This was the previous us, basically, you guys, is what's going on here.
Exactly
These are the people who failed to do what we're now trying to do.
That's exactly right.
Well, I think the easiest way
and maybe
to
we're
explain
about
why-
to find why.
Yeah, I think the easiest way. Well, I know.
No, that's not the voice. What was the voice again? Can't remember the voice.
No, go back. Just bring it all in here, Red. Just bring it all in here. Just think Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken. And then make it Australian.
But
Karsten, in the meantime, has moved on from being like, I have boobs now, to
I know they're great.
kind of unloading all of Louisa's flasks, and every time he opens and sniffs one, he's just like,
oh no, he's a teetotaler.
and it's just like, what? And just every time, just and
oh my
just
God.
listening intently, but just why? You know.
So good. I didn't realize how good this was going to be.
Oh my God. Adir is gonna cross to Devin and say, I don't understand why you didn't tell me. You know it would have helped. If I'd had all the pieces, then maybe it could have been better. Maybe we would have figured it out if we'd known everything. What do you know about the Rod of Rastanon?
I
As
think
far as I can remember, I heard about it from, well, working here. Used to work for the Weathermay family, as you know, and
When you say that, Lord Foxgrove looks up at you and says, I'm sorry, what?
yeah, my family. We served the Weathermays for years,
He stands up and he walks over, like,
generations.
to
actually.
you, and he sort of, like, looks at you, like, dead in the face. He's like, and he just stares at you, like, for a really, really long time.
Just like get some earwax out, just flicks it.
What did you
Something
say
on my
your
face.
name was?
Devin Glenn.
You're not Devin Glenn. Oh, but you... And he looks over at Aviz. Yes, she is now... Yes, Devin Glenn is in this one. Yes. Venricans, yes, this turn of affairs. Or your servant? Yes, he was...
Oh, wait, is that... Oh...
I was unaware that you
And
had...
then they just shut up for a second.
I was unaware that you had perished, Devon. I am so very, very sorry. I know that you had many connections here in Mordant, and your family for generations had served us. My family adored you.
Well, death comes for all of us, doesn't it?
Yes. His face sort of
I
goes
didn't think it
slack.
would be like this.
And then
Well, we have a chance now.
he sort of puts his arms behind his back, and then he sort of stiffens his whole posture and says, "Yeah, pleased to see you back." And then he sort of walks stiffly over to the side, plants himself against the wall.
Adir kind of leans into Devin and goes, "Oh yeah, I see what you mean. He's repressed. Yeah."
Well, I assume that the affair is over? Yes, Hafiz? Yes, the spirits have chosen... They have chosen wisely, I assume. And now with the invested knowledge and need to right their wrongs, to finish their unfinished business here in Muadnhait, they will be able to have an audience with Lord Godfrey.
I'm sorry, would you mind explaining to us exactly what's going on here? Because I find that I don't operate at my fullest potential when I don't know what exactly is going on, with a little side glance at Devin.
Yes, if you remember, you were all granted a mission to wrest a magical artifact called the Rod of Hutras from the possession of Lord Wilfred Godfrey. You died in the attempt. My condolences. Your spirits have been preserved here in Muadnhait, unable to meet their final end. But now, you have the opportunity
Round you.
to try again, using these bodies as conduit.
Adir is gonna try to do something wizardy that Moynot can't do, like cast a spell, cast a wizard cantrip that they knew something in their previous life.
Absolutely.
Can they?
So you attempt to try to cast a cantrip. What is a bard cantrip that Moynot has?
Let's see. She's got okay. Hold on, because she's also got warlock
Message?
cantrip. So let me make sure it's a bard.
Yeah, bard or
I
warlock.
think I actually
Any
got that
cantrip
from-
that you normally have.
I think message is a cantrip that's also on the wizard
Let's go.
list.
Let's go with. I want to go with something that's. I want to go with Mage Hand.
Okay, yeah, you can
I know
cast
that's
Mage Hand.
bard.
Absolutely. When you cast Mage
Alright.
Hand, I don't think you've used Mage Hand in a long time. You see this sort of ghostly skeletal hand sort of extend out of your wrist. Just like cracking and clacking as the skeletal...
It actually comes out. It comes out of the skull.
Yes!
They're still carrying.
Even better.
Yeah.
I love it. It's like dripping with seaweed for some reason or another. You're not quite sure why.
Well, that's very strange.
Do your
Let me
hands
look
have
for.
mouths?
I was like, I want to try to cast it. Like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head because I don't know the spell list that well.
Mm-hmm.
But wants to try to cast a wizard cantrip that's not on the bard spell
And-
list. What happens when that happens?
Nothing. You didn't choose to... You, by the way, you didn't choose the wizard cantrip as your 3, right? You chose the AC, correct? Or no?
No, I chose the AC.
Yeah, so nothing happens.
Okay, well, it seems that this vessel can't do what I did, so this is going to be interesting.
Yes, unfortunately, the powers that you had, the skills that you had, they are not yours in this physical form. Your ethereal form, yes, but this physical form, no.
Devin's just gonna take out the rapier, just like look at it. The hell is this toothpick?
Carson's
There you
still
go.
unloading. He's discovered the wand. He's discovered go fuck yourself. He's just over in the corner. He's still like, you can tell like all of his attention like audibly is based on what is going on behind him with all of y'all, but at the same time he is just very methodically like taking inventory and is like futzing with the hat and the goggles and is just like
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Adir pulls out Mara's rapier and goes, I have a toothpick too. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
I have a broom.
Do I like...
It's pretty similar.
and
to
then
some
finds...
other-
Oh, wrong hand. But like finds that actually wields it much better than they expected to. And it's like, well, that's... Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I can I can get down with this. And like points it directly at Devin. I can get down with this. This is. So what do I do next? Do I go like
Just
this?
Push
Like,
it. You gotta
like-
stick him with the pointy end.
well, okay. All right. So gonna go like to hit Devin, assuming that Devin will know how to not get hit, and be like this.
You know, when DMs have an idea in their mind of what their session is going to be like,
Freaky Friday was
And-
not like
and
what
you think,
thought
You
was
just
gonna
threw us a bunch of new characters,
love
but
it.
you didn't give us their stat blocks.
nope, I don't. No, well,
It would have been
still,
very.
You're still using your own stat block until you disassociate.
It would have been. It would have been very different if you had given us their stat blocks,
Oh.
but this is what you did.
No, absolutely. You're using your own stat blocks, like I said, until you disassociate from this body that you have possessed. At which point, I will give you the stat blocks for each one of these characters.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought we automatically disassociated from these bodies.
No. Meaning you are spirits that are now in the body
Yes.
of Moynat, Amnestria,
Oh,
Mikmick, and Louisa.
when the spirit leaves the body, it uses
Then
its
you
stat
get your
block.
own
Okay,
new stat
okay.
block.
That was the you meant. Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
And I think I may have given that stat block, or at least vision on that stat block, to Maeve. I might be giving it to Sarah, Megan, and Red in a second.
Okay. I see what happened.
Yep.
And
don't-
well,
Sorry,
um,
as she's poking her sword at Devin, I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Mhm.
But I can hear you.
And- at the same time, Ren is going to call across to. I'm assuming he knows that Karsten went into Louisa, right?
Yes, I'd say you all know whom you went into.
And he'll just
you
call
know me
out.
well enough to know that this behavior is not abnormal. Like
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Mikmick Ren will pull out the dagger that he's got, and he'll go, "Hey, Karsten, heads up!"
Mm.
And he'll just toss over the dagger towards it.
I will deflect missiles.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have to make. I fucking forget deflect missiles. Like you're gonna make a dexterity saving throw, is that right?
Deflect missiles is. Hold on, where'd it go?
One might just be for flair though, because
Where did it go?
they're
You know
not
what?
getting attacked, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think that's the
Well-
whole thing. Well, no, Mikmick,
Yeah.
or I should say, sorry, Ren threw a
Oh,
dagger.
Ren knows
Yeah.
Karsten, and so Ren would know Karsten's a rogue, and so he's throwing a dagger towards Karsten
To see if
because
Carson
rogue
would
needs a dagger.
dodge, right? To see if
Yeah,
Carson would dodge. So instead,
So technically, you have to.
Or handing
you
it
have to
over
try
from a
to-
distance.
You have to try to attack me, and
Okay,
then.
so perfect. So
and then
make a dagger throw. So making a dexterity check with proficiency, just like I do a dagger
Okay.
throw at Louisa, and let's see if it hits Louisa's
Yeah.
AC.
It's a dex check.
that is my AC now because I have the AC. So this lessens it by a D10 plus my Dex mod plus my monk level. So what level are we now?
8.
So many
8.
controls.
8. Okay. So 1d10 plus 11. So hold on.
So lessens the damage, right?
Yeah.
So you got to roll for damage, Red.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
Didn't even hit.
yeah, I don't even have to roll the d10.
Yeah.
It's like I deduct 12 automatically. So
Awesome.
I'll just say
Yes.
instead, because
You catch it?
I could catch it and throw it right back at you. Instead, Karsten will just catch it,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
like
And
catch it right in front of his face, and then just turn it around and go, interesting.
I think that's more your kind of shtick.
What? I couldn't hear you, honestly.
I think that's more your shtick.
Oh.
It's more what you use.
From across the room, Cave goes, "Why did you say shit? You say
I didn't
shit?
say shit.
No,
I
you-
said shtick.
What? You just said it
Dick.
again. Why'd you say it again?
Dick.
It's the
I
same
said
word.
stick.
No, you said oh, whatever.
Just the sticks are out in the woods, man.
Zan, relax. It's fine.
All right, whatever.
This
They're
lady has
just
so many
words.
I just want to go out there and start chopping people to bits. Can we
You're
just
telling me,
Are we
like,
just doing that now? Like, what's going on?
got this fucking spear, and I got
Let's go. Let's
Fuck.
make it happen. Right?
Just,
Am I right or am I right?
there's-
Devin, let's make it happen. And like you just see like Cabe gets up, just like dusts themselves off, cracks their neck, and like heads for the door.
Zan, where are you going?
I'm
We
gonna-
don't even know where we are.
Zan stops
Well,
at the
except for
door.
Devin, but
He's like, oh yeah, sorry. Where are we going?
Carson's gonna walk over
where
to
to die. That'd be the question.
dagger back to you and just kind of like lightly clap you on the back and then just kind of walk around the outskirts of the room just to see what we can see that is in here.
a deer is
uh,
going to look at Hafiz. Oh, sorry, but you finish first. Sorry.
Louisa, you look around the room. The room is. You guys didn't really take a very good look at the room. Maybe because the lights
No.
went out pretty quickly. But the room is festooned with portraits and paintings and landscapes. One kind of draws your eye.
Mhm.
Portrait. It's actually a portrait of two women. One is seated and has sort of flowing blonde, almost white hair, and the other is standing next to her, smiling, and she has golden red tresses. She's wearing a sort of a leather corset, and I will show you a handout granted to us by the esteemed artist of our group.
Nice. Love it.
I'm doing a
Did
backstory.
you
I'm doing
draw
it right,
this,
damn it.
baby?
I did, yeah.
Love it. It looks so good.
I'm gonna sort of pull this a little so that folks can see it.
Oh my god, so good.
Wait, she does have the scar.
Yeah, exactly. We all just kept forgetting about it. Well, her token is so tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucked up.
Okay, so
I'll also post it in the Ravenloft, sorry, the D&D Discord, so that our folks can see it blown up.
So my passive insight is a 17. Does Karsten put it together that who are you? Devin is actually
Well, remember, Devin is totally disguised.
Yeah, that's why I'm
No,
asking.
you don't.
Yeah.
It's a really good disguise.
Okay. Great.
Remember, Devin's got black hair.
That's right.
That's all I need to know. I wasn't fishing for it. I was just like, there's a realm in which this could happen. but-
Absolutely. I mean,
And I made the scar look really fresh.
she
like it's
did.
brand new.
She did. Also note that Lord Foxgrove went right up to her face
Yeah,
and looked
Yeah.
at her dead on and didn't recognize her at all.
I don't know any of his stats.
That's true.
so I don't know. I don't know how observant he is. He thinks his daughter is dead, so you're not gonna see what you don't want to see.
That's true. That's true.
A
Devin's
deer
still,
is.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. A deer is going to cross to Hafiz from Devin and simply say, "You're the one who brought us here. What exactly is it you expect us to do? Where are we supposed to go to
Yes.
finish this?
Yes, you are to.
If I'm dead, I would like to be not here because I've already been here and I want to see what comes next."
He nods, looks at you in the eye, a little smile. I would as well. But if you wish to travel to the land of unending solace, you must accomplish your tasks here on the mortal plane. You must travel to the house on Griffin Hill, where you met your ends, and obtain the rod of Hutras from Lord Godfrey.
And I guess that will go better this time when I have this, and we'll like thrust the skull forward and accidentally cast an Eldritch Blast at this chair.
It just disintegrates the damn chair. The chair,
Like-
just flies into a fucking 5 or 6 pieces.
Yeah, and I think I get 2 at this level.
You could
so,
do 2
it's
shots
the,
or 1 into the floor.
it's the chair and then the wall behind it.
Yeah, Lord Fox goes
Oh, well, maybe this is more useful than I thought.
What does Amnestria
Yeah, I can't do that.
What are you trying to do?
I was trying to do the same thing.
Oh, you're trying to do the thing.
Yeah. Do I need a skull? Is that why? I'm just gonna continue taking weapons off Amnestria because she probably has more weapons than
Yeah,
She does.
I get 2 beams at this level. So yeah, 2 blasts.
Yeah, I mean, you do notice, Devin, that this form is very different for a lot of different reasons, but most apparently, gloves. Like, where's gloves? But also, your arms are just crisscrossed with scars.
This girl's pretty edgy. Do you think she uses this dagger? She just takes out the dagger and holds it up. Who uses a dagger to cut themselves? So fucking weird.
Oh, like you didn't have scars in our
When you take
I earned
original
those scars.
bodies?
I'll have
when
know.
you take the dagger from its sheath, make an perception check.
Let's go, Maeve.
— 16?
You rolled persuasion.
Oh fuck.
I
Let me see.
mean, the first 3 letters are
I
right.
think it's.
Come on, Matt. Let her
I think it's the same modifier.
Is it the same
No,
modifier?
it's no, it's a +2 versus +4. I'll reroll it. It's fine.
4.
Oh,
That's a 4. I don't see shit.
You definitely
Sorry,
don't see
dude.
shit.
Cool dagger.
Where did you put the dagger? You
Do
threw,
I
it,
see
you threw it
anything?
into the table?
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna stab it at the fucking table.
Right?
Just leave it there for a
Put it
minute
into
while
the
I'm looking
table.
at the other stuff in
Yeah.
our inventory.
Absolutely. So you do that. You stab it into the table. Lord Foxgrove looks at the dagger, and he gasps.
oh,
Oh shit.
Where did you?
Yep.
Where did you get that?
Oh, it's
How do we
on this chick's body.
His
how do we
face
know where we got anything?
begins to turn like a ghastly shade of pale. He walks over to the
Carson's-
table and just grabs the hilt and wrenches it up out of the table. And just stares at you.
Paint a picture to last longer.
He nods. And then he hands you the dagger.
Can I take it back?
And then he grabs your wrist. Make a strength check.
whoa.
Does he grab the bare wrist?
No, he grabs her arm.
It's just regular
Okay.
strength check.
Yeah, strength check.
That's the nat one.
Oh my god.
Devin, man, you're fun, me, man.
That's a 15. Yeah. Devin, you find yourself restrained by Lord Foxgrove. He grabs you
Fuck.
and he pulls you in and he says, "Not be." He looks at you in the face and then he moves his hand towards your hair.
This
What
is
are
a
you
lot closer
doing
than
to
I
her?
like to be with other guys.
Him?
Just so we're clear.
His hand moves slowly up towards the hair.
Oh, why did I drop sleep? Why do I not have it? God damn it.
Anyone else want to do anything?
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
What can I do is the
Yes.
question.
I mean, I think the thing is,
Um,
would the characters we are now find this weird? Because
I mean, there's
know-
a lot of things
I
that you find
know-
weird.
Oh, no. I mean, like, Louisa or Mikmick or Muadnhait would definitely stop him for...
Oh yeah,
obvious reasons,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
no,
Would the characters
actually,
we are now stop
honestly, a deer is going to unintentionally cast a spell without realizing it, and is going to cast suggestion
Okay,
and say,
this is a charm.
"Leave him alone."
It's a charm, right?
Yeah, can't be charmed or immune.
Yeah. Amnestria. It's a question for you, Maeve.
yeah.
Well, Ren
Aladrin.
is there.
That's true.
Aladrin
Can
can not be charmed.
Yep.
Sorry. We're immune to it.
So you cast
Shit.
this suggestion, and it does nothing.
Well, in that case, Ren will.
Wait, can I change it to a different spell? Shit,
I think you just cast
a different
the spell.
accidental
That
spell.
happened, guys.
Okay.
That happened.
Let's give other
I wanna
people a
see
chance to
that.
do something.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Ren.
As I said, I chose my arcane cantrip,
Yeah.
which was Gust. So he's going to use Gust against the Lord of the Manor. Or whatever you
Okay.
choose.
So you're gonna use Gust to just
Just
whoosh,
push him
blow
away.
him off. Yeah, blow him away.
Yep.
Okay.
So you want to post in Gust or?
So yeah, let me just post Gust in chat to see what it's. I haven't used
There it
this.
is.
Not Gust of Wind, which is a leveled spell, but
Yes.
Gust, which is a
Gust,
cantrip.
which is it's a cantrip.
Yeah,
yes.
one medium or small creature you choose must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 5 feet away from you. Or in
And
the
that-
air that you point you can see. Yep.
Yeah.
You create a small plus one object. One medium or smaller creature. That's certainly this. Yeah. The object is pushed 10 feet. Oh, that's our objects are 10 feet, but people are pushed 5 feet.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Strength saving throw. I'm down for it. Make it happen. What happens if he saves it?
It doesn't say.
Okay, no worries.
Let's see.
That's a plus saving throw. That's an 8. He fails.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he's just about to grab for Amnestria's disguise, and then he just flies ass over tea kettle and falls just like on his butt. Like he's here.
And you're supposed to be the lord of the house.
And
You
then-
know you don't grab any people like that.
Picks himself off the ground. He says,
Curse.
I need to leave. And he just peremptorily just runs out the door past Cabe and disappears.
Hell was up with that.
I think
I have
he
no
recognized
idea.
whoever you're possessing, Spotty. I think he had an inkling that you were somebody else, like maybe that person that was in
I
the
mean, I
picture.
am somebody else, man. Like, I didn't have these before.
No,
Looks
and,
like-
I think he means
I was about a foot taller, I think. I missed
like
my
the first
muscles.
time Carson speaks, it's a pun. God damn it.
I love it.
Yeah, I think at this point, seeing that Lord Daniel Foxgrove has left the
Building.
has left the yes, Elvis has left the building. No, he's left the room. I think Van Richten probably turns to Hafiz and says, "That was a close.
Oh yeah, this
call.
fucker hasn't spoken yet.
This was a very close situation. Now, please, the 5 of you, please,
What?
come closer. Come, please, come, come,
okay.
come closer.
Calm down, old man.
Would like.
Who are you?
My name is Dr.
Do we
Rudolph
recognize
Van
him?
Richten. You do not recognize him.
Oh.
He says, my name is
Okay.
Dr. Rudolph Van Richten. I am an associate of Alanic Ray, who was the person who tasked you
oh,
with this mission before you all died. You all took an oath as members of the Order of the Guardians. That oath, even in death, still keeps you to its completion. You must, therefore, go to the house at Griffin Hill and wrest the Rod of Hootrus from the grip of that horrible tyrant. Do it in whatever fashion you need, using the bodies that you have possessed. Please, take care with them.
Yes, question. How long do we have these bodies?
To retrieve the rod.
Well, this
What
body
happened to them?
seems a little bit depleted at the moment. I was wondering if we could perhaps regroup and try again in the morning.
So decide to do so. That is certainly your choice.
How long has it been since we failed?
He sort of looks down at the ground and says, "It has been almost a year."
Where have we been? Do we remember where we've been in the interim? Do we remember our spiritual wandering around lives?
You do, in a way. You feel like each of you individually, after you died, only knew that you were in a misty limbo with no one around, no one living, no one dead, just you. That you would call, you would scream out for help, for assistance, for the inevitable release, but it never came. That the ethereal, ghostly version of this place, sapped of all life, of all color, reminiscent of what you had seen whilst you were alive, but a very different place in the ethereal plane.
Well, if where we were after we died is where we're going to stay, I wouldn't mind staying here and seeing a bit more before I go back.
If you fulfill your unfinished purposes here and wrest the Rod of Hootrus, the Lord of Muadnhait will have no power over you. We'll pass on.
Interesting. I want to make an insight check to see. I think it's like an insight check on myself to see if that's really my unfinished purpose.
Okay.
It's not mine.
10.
You feel like there's something more. That there is something else that you need to do while you are here as well. Beyond retrieving the rod.
But that the rod is still a part of it, so.
Yes.
Well, if that's as you say, I do think that this body, which they clearly don't feel super comfortable in Muadnhait's body. If this body is the vessel in which I am to do this, I think I'd like to see it at its full capabilities, which is definitely not right now.
I understand. If a rest is what you desire, a rest is what you shall have.
Quick
I
question.
think I have. Sorry. Go ahead.
The necklace that was on the table,
Mm-hmm.
would that happen to be a holy symbol?
It is.
Okay. Would it be the holy symbol for this character's...
For Ren,
God.
yes, it is in fact his holy symbol. It is in fact the holy symbol of Val. It is the holy symbol of Valkur.
Oh, I was going to ask earlier.
Yeah, it is the holy symbol of. You recognize it immediately, Ren.
Yep. So yeah, he's going to pick up the holy symbol and just put it around his neck.
It is the holy symbol of
Yeah.
Valkur, the god, patron god of sailors and the sea.
which is why he has when he first got into the body, he had the stink eye on Moynard.
Nice.
In fact, it's a good point.
Good.
I'm going to say that there's one thing that I didn't message you, and that is your unfinished businesses here.
I was actually going to ask very early on, and then I got distracted by roleplay, which was, do any of the objects on this table look familiar to me?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd say that there's your spell casting focus whilst you were alive.
Mm-hmm.
A deer. Clearly the holy symbol for red. The bow, which was, I guess that was. Is that Karsten's? Probably Karsten's because he was a rogue. Yeah, that was Karsten's bow. And then there are a couple of sort of pendants for some reason or other, which Zan, the spirit investing himself in Cave's body, picks up. These are pendants, which actually you see Zan opens up, and it looks like it's actually a. What do they call those things where you open it up and it shows two portraits inside?
A locket.
A locket, but there's a specific kind of a locket. It's like that has two faces inside of it. I'll fucking remember it afterwards. But but whatever.
Are you talking about like actual photos or like a relief?
Yeah, a relief. Yes.
A sculpted relief. There is. Oh fuck! There is a name for that.
I forgot what it's called, but maybe Chad will remember. Maybe they won't. Who knows?
Or maybe it'll come to my
He's
mind.
probably had that random knowledge.
Yep. So Karsten has that. Devin. Yeah, Devin, you see a medallion on the table, Devin. And it looks like you recognize it immediately. This is the medallion of the city guard here in Mordenshire.
Pick that up. Definitely.
Cameo? Are you looking for cameo?
Cameo. Thank you.
There you go. So it's like a dual cameo locket.
Correct.
Okay.
I am going to message each of you the unfinished business that you need to complete.
I think that mine might have been in my backstory, but unless I have
partially, but I'm going to make it very clear.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, and Ren's going to grab his holy symbol and just sit down and quietly ponder as he tries to see if the connection to his god is still there.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, Ren, it is not. Time to say.
Okay, yes, that was in my backstory, and I've already chosen. Cool.
Fantastic. All right, and then lastly, but not leastly, Red. Send you. Here is your unfinished business. All right. So, reading that, knowing that, now obtaining the objects which somehow clue you into your unfinished business here in Mordant, and knowing that you will need to take a long rest. What do you wish to do?
Is there a library here?
You ask that of Van Richten. He says, no, although I do enjoy a good.
Do you happen to have a copy of the Immortal Shadows of the Unfettered Grave?
That's a very specific ask.
Yep.
No, do not.
I mean, we can house Lord Foxgrove, maybe.
Lord fucks his face? Yep.
Oh, it's distinctly.
That's why I
Do you
don't
think he might have like a better weapon than this? Waving around the rapier.
I cannot grant you anything that you do not already have on the person. Apologies.
You didn't really think this through, did you?
Can only go with what we have.
Ren will come up to Devon and hold out the musket and say, Devon, is this something a little bit more your speed?
The hell would this be my speed? I like to stab shit.
Unfortunately, I don't have anything that's really good at stabbing at the moment. I mean, looks like this guy only had a hand axe and a dagger of some description. I don't think either of those are up your
Are you guys
alley.
like a hand, dude? Is that like a glove? These gloves are kind of lame, honestly. Just like then take them off.
Oh god.
I love how your characters are just fucking with me now. This is great. It's just like, you were like, okay, Matt, that's fine. Let's just bring it up to here on the fuck you level scale. Let's just go. Let's make it happen. I'm like, awesome. I want all the chaos. I want it all. I want it all.
Yes, I don't have many big weapons. It's kind of weird. I don't even have my old Morningstar.
It's funny because Adir is actually just kind of looking at Devon and thinking, you can fight with whatever you have. And he's going to hear it in his head.
The fuck?
What?
Girl hear voices too.
Oh man, at least it was the regular voice and not the.
At least you can
Oh my
fight
God.
whatever you want.
It was an accidental message cantrip,
No, I know. It's great.
Oh my god.
which means that they heard what the fuck in their head and were like, oh shit, what the hell just happened?
Amazing. Whoa.
Devin's just gonna like at least take out the shield, be like, well, fuck, at least you're smart to have a shield. Just looks around at the others, be like, no one else does. It was great.
Matt's like, I didn't think it was gonna go this way.
No.
What the hell is
No.
wrong with my player?
Oh no, I
don't
knew.
even have armor.
Look, this is fantastic. There's like 17 different possible paths, none of which followed by you guys. I fucking love it. Right? I just love it. Love everything about
I
it.
had to
take
roll
off.
dice. I rolled dice for
Okay.
Moynat because Moynat, to be honest, like out of game, Moynat was either going wizard for knowledge, fighter for brutality, or rogue for sneakiness. And I was like, I honestly can't decide which one she wants more. So I'm going to let the dice decide.
Mhm.
And the dice chose wizard.
I
So
love
there
it.
you go.
I was never more happy to have a low roll because it just meant I had less to choose from. So then it
Yeah.
became like much
That's-
more obvious.
I'm
am
glad I didn't go
so happy
first
with my
because then it
choice.
would have been even harder.
Just rough.
Yeah, as soon as you said cleric, I was like, yep, I'm going cleric.
There you go.
Because I've already got the healing spell, so it makes sense.
Yeah, Moy was never going cleric, so.
Yeah.
All right. So I would say,
Devin just gonna.
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. No, you
Sorry.
first, babe.
I was gonna say Devin just takes out like the crossbow and like starts doing like action poses with it, then fires off a shot into the wall nearby.
You know, if
Question.
we're gonna
Emily.
take a long rest.
Adir is
That-
just watching him and being mildly impressed. Like,
I'm gonna try to
outwardly
do a barrel
mildly
roll.
impressed.
Would the infusion stay?
Yes, because your magical power in your form is still resident, even though
Okay.
your mind
Yeah,
is
'cause we're-
not. It's just
Yeah,
unconscious.
because we're all still using our current stat blocks.
Mhm, that's correct.
Okay, so then then Maeve's character will be like, she'll fire off a shot, and then it'll be like the bolt will just return.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Amnestria's shot out of that crossbow, like it shoots into the wall, and then
Wait, just
just gonna shoot it a
repeating.
couple more times
It's
and be like-
repeating shot though. It just
Isn't it
means that
returning shot or
it
is it
doesn't
repeating
it doesn't cut. It's repeating shot. It just magically refills itself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was
Yeah.
returning shot. Okay, so it just magic. So
No.
you just shoot and
Yeah.
and like another one pops up from the crossbow.
Yeah, I'm just like shooting at the busted up chair that got disintegrated by the Elder Splash. It's like, this
And
is
like
awesome.
the next, you don't have to reload. It's just like and right into the chair.
A deer is kind of running their hands through like this massive head of hair and realizes that a braid is missing and thinks about it for a second and suddenly realizes that they can see from Amnest like a 360 around Devon and is very confused.
So here's what I think. I think that I've become more and more southern the more.
No, I love it. It differentiates. Like I can't.
Go join Devon in Sutherland.
Go.
I'm I'm trying so
full
hard to
on-
not be Moynot right now.
Full on Texas biker club. Let's go.
Yeah,
I mean, the roots are showing.
Go all the way.
I think that as long as we're taking a long rest, we should learn what these bodies can do. So that way, tomorrow, we're not fighting two enemies on two fronts.
I think you're right.
That's a good
I've
idea.
already learned some weird things that I can't quite explain.
Well,
Which is interesting to me because usually I can explain everything. So this is actually, I'm not gonna lie, like it's weird and creepy and scary, but also it's kind of awesome. I'm
Cabe,
just saying.
Cabe wanders up to all of you and says, "So we're not going to go and we're not going to go and we're not going to go and fight the bad guy."
the spell slingers
go.
need it.
We're gonna go fight the bad guy tomorrow.
Oh man!
But like, look, I have this now, and is gonna pull out the rapier and give it a swing and at like a random ass piece of furniture and cast an accidental booming blade.
Chair just vibrates intensely and then just flies into 17 different pieces.
And that's not even the weapon damage. I'm like, see? This is actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Maybe I don't have to just stand all the way at the back and be the last one to die
So
again.
you're smart. Always have been. Whatever it is that you're casting, can you figure out maybe what kind of flavor of magic you have?
Looks like depression magic to me.
Did you say depression? I can't hear tonight, y'all.
That's what it sounded like to me too. So it's
Yeah.
not just
Okay.
you.
God.
No, that's exactly what I said.
Thank God.
I'm not
And Devon's
depressed.
just like looking back and forth between the way that she looks right now and why not being like, wow, these two could be sisters. Except the horns.
I'm-
and the
I'm
ears.
not depressed. I feel like me, it's just that the things I can do are different now. Like she's gonna burst into song. And sits and giggles since we know we're taking a break.
Mm-hmm.
8! Oh my god, we haven't had this yet, and now I have to fucking waste it. This is so sad.
Oh
but,
no!
What is it?
The song.
Oh my god, but
the song of the what?
alright. Let's see if I can come up with another good song again.
What's the name of the song though? Before you sing it.
Oh, but I always tell you the name after I sing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Okay,
That's the
good.
rule.
All right.
Through the walls, through the floor, through the sky and on, he doesn't know Where he is surrounded by the mist. Wondering who he might be or who he might have been. Only knowing now that he can't be seen. Is the tale of the phantom.
What does that do?
Were I to bestow it, the target becomes invisible until the end of its next turn or until it hits a creature with an attack. So basically, invisibility spell.
Okay.
Minor invisibility spell.
Cool.
Which, having sung the song, she's going to point straight at Karsten.
Mm.
And say, I can do that. And Karsten will become invisible.
Disappears.
Oh, look, you got some of the stuff you could do before. Kinda. Wait.
Well, yes, but I suppose I never had to sing to do it before.
You sound prettier, gotta say.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Devin's...
Karsten
Just
just
gonna-
while he's invisible, just takes the go fuck yourself and just starts like experimentally spinning the staff. It's all like, I like this lady.
And I think Ren's pointing a gun at Mikmick. At Adia.
Oh, lovely.
Seeing that,
Hi,
being-
what's up?
You'll shoot an eye out with that. You might want to be careful.
Karsten's gonna take the staff and just kind of come up behind Ren and invisibly just put go fuck yourself right up under your chin and say, I get it. I do. But that's our friend, no matter what they look like.
I told them not to sing. And he just points up slightly and lets off a bullet just into the roof.
Man, you guys are
Can we
fucking
stop
destroying Heather House. I
What?
feel like you guys are like blasting the walls down. Like, just take a fucking wrecking ball to the damn place. It's not like Amnestria's like, you know,
It's
ancestral
rotting, and
home
also
or
we don't.
anything.
A,
Yeah,
it's rotting, and B, we don't know.
it's true.
But I
It
just feel
smells
like,
bad in here.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
If you want me to know what this body can do, I'll find out. Otherwise, go fuck yourself.
That
And
sounds so familiar.
you see, and then after the bullet goes off, you see Ren just inhale deeply, and then he'll just close his eyes. Ah, the smell of gunpowder. How I've missed it.
What?
Fucking
You-
weirdo.
Alright.
I'm gonna walk off this way.
Yeah, I do think we should probably stop destroying the house, though. It was a lot nicer when I was here last time, I think, but...
Yeah, this place is
Yeah.
kind of a dump.
I feel like I'm in a play. 5 characters in search of an author. Right.
I mean, you kind of are.
I really am.
But you also did this here. You did this. You do it to
Did it
yourself.
yourself.
You do, and that's what really hurts. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with the chaos that has been unleashed.
This is fine.
This is fine. This is fine. I'm on fire.
This is
I have
fine.
to ask. I have to
Kind of
ask.
feels like the
The
marionette.
card?
What was that?
Is this the marionette card? I have to ask.
No, this is not a card at all.
I feel like we only pulled that today, and this had to have been planned. There's no way this was unplanned.
Oh,
I don't
this
know how
is-
quickly Matt's brain works.
This is one. This was, yes, absolutely planned. But you can find out more about this later. Let's continue on.
Don't get me wrong, Matt is good, but that would be like, oh, hey, look, I have character names
Yeah.
and sheets and backstories out of nowhere.
No, I'm
Matt's
invested.
pretty fucking good, but that would be like,
Savant good.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just don't care.
That's the word I was looking
enough.
for. Thank
so,
you.
I just don't care enough.
Words you always want to hear from your DM.
You know what? I just don't give a shit. Here we go. So Steal.
No, actually, I think, like, to
Steal,
be honest,
DMs.
after Ren practically shoots her and shoots into the ceiling, I think that Adir is actually gonna leave.
Okay.
Like, and be like, I am gonna go find a place to sleep. Good
Yeah.
night. I'll see you in the morning.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
peace
Yeah.
the fuck out. Done.
I'm gonna go with a deer, actually.
I think having the task already been completed at this point, it's safe to say that Van Richten and Hafiz exit the manor as well, knowing that.
Yeah, are we supposed to exit, or are we just?
Yeah,
staying
where are we
here?
supposed
yes.
to
I think
spend the
we
night?
may have outstayed our welcome, if it is all possible. We've completed our task here, and the séance is complete. The bodies are conjoined with the spirit adventurers, and now we will sally forth, or I shall say,
Can anyone see me yet?
I don't know. How long does that last? Good
don't know.
question.
So,
Let me take a look here. I think
That's
Van Richten
actually
might be-
funny. The target. until the end of its next turn. So you were only invisible for
Oh,
like
okay.
6
Oh,
seconds.
thank
Alright.
God.
But
Yeah.
you were definitely invisible long enough to do what you did.
Karsten, I
Great.
think the important part is being able to see yourself for who you are.
Oh my.
Karsten just claps Devin on the shoulder twice and exits without saying a word.
Right. I'd say at
You good?
this point in time, you guys would probably retreat to a place that you know that you would be able to get a long rest, such as Dr. Van Richten's
Richten's
shop. Yep. Back in Muadnhait. So I'll bring you guys back there. I would.
Adir has
Yeah, go
no
ahead.
understanding of why they wish they were sleeping in a bathtub, but settles for some blankets on the floor.
Fair.
Oh, Karsten, being the polite gentleman that he is, regathered all of Louisa's flasks and all of her weapons that he had previously like laid out in a line. And
I know the glasses. I know the bottles.
well, no, he didn't steal anything. He just made sure that he left with what was on the body that he was gifted with.
Cool. Who's are you all stepping? Are you all? This is what you fucking do to
You
me.
can say
people.
y'all.
Are
You can say y'all.
y'all? Are
No, that's
say
not
y'all.
it. Say it like Maul. Say it like Maul.
Y'all.
I'm sorry.
There you
Yep,
go.
one syllable.
Are
One
y'all?
syllable. Just say it.
Are y'all?
There you go.
Yeah, you got it.
Just clip it. Are y'all gonna sleep in the same place in the same room, or y'all gonna stay in different rooms?
I mean, we don't really know what Van Richten's shop has other than the
Yeah.
storefront and the basement.
There are several bedrooms, besides his own, of course. I would say there's multiple rooms, multiple beds. So if y'all want your own rooms, that's totally fine. If you want to stay with your patriots, newly found, that's your choice.
Is there a bedroom or anything that has, I don't know, a view of the sea, a lot of plants, like?
There's no, the Van Richten shop is sort of centrally located in Mordenshire, so unfortunately there are no, besides the interminable sound of the high tide coming and going, which you can hear when you open your window, you don't really sense the sea in any regard.
Okay. He'll just open the window then and kind of... He won't sleep in a bed. He'll just kind of settle up against like the wall with the window open, just listening to the sea.
Okay.
And then he'll just do the dad sleep where, it's like,
So
I'm not sleeping, I'm just resting my eyes.
sleeping by yourself then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Adir
yeah.
wants to sleep in whatever room Devin is sleeping in.
Okay. Adir and Devin can stay in the same room, absolutely. That's up to you, of course, Devin, if you choose otherwise.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think Devin would be showing Adir like all these weird fucking scars this chick has.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's really. I wonder what a deer is going to be trying to figure out what caused them. Like they'll probably have like an hour or two of like, look at this one, like, oh well, maybe that was such and such, and oh, that might have been this, but oh, the serration on that's really interesting. Like that's what they're doing until they eventually go to sleep.
I love this.
And then finally, Ren.
Ren is going to basically meditate in a form. He'll basically be sitting still as he tries to use his holy symbols to get back into contact with his god. Not realizing that he's actually taking a long rest, but he's basically just sitting there, just trying to contact his god desperately to see if they can ask for forgiveness.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'd say then the four of you all begin your long rests. You all settled in. This sort of sound, the smoothing sounds of the ocean, although the whispers, ever present, sort of make you going into unconsciousness a little more anxious than you normally would have been.
Except I think for some reason it actually, some reason they can't explain, makes a deer feel a little bit better.
All right.
I'm gonna roll for the wand.
Go for it.
Can I?
And my skeleton key just automatically gets its 3 back.
Sure.
So
Can I roll to see if Devin could figure out why Amnestria has so many scars?
Sure. Why not? Make a medicine check.
Like aside from the fact that she obviously injures herself for some reason.
Yeah, make a medicine check. No
That's an
clue.
8.
No clue.
Right.
Maybe she stuck her hand in a blue.
What the hell's a blender?
Tell you one day. So I'd say that we're gonna sort of not skip through this because there's one of you that I think has a very distinct experience that the other 3 of you do not share.
I'm looking at Maeve, by the way.
Yeah, I'm looking at me too.
You would think that it would in fact be that it would be the spirit currently invested in the body of Amnestria / Ginnifer, and you would think that with some degree of confidence, but you'd be wrong.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh dear.
I don't know if that's
Because-
good.
Who's fucked?
Who is it?
Red's not here, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Red doesn't need to be here because I think you've guessed that it's neither Amnestria nor Mikmick in their subconscious, unconscious as it is, that receives this nightmare. When you sleep, ghostly presence that you are, your physical form and your spiritual form sort of dissolve into the ethereal plane, or perhaps the astral plane, leaving nothing but the mind of the body whose form you took resident. And so it is only fair to know that although she is asleep, that Louisa receives quite a haunting
Oh dear.
dream.
Oh boy. Oh, here we
Louisa,
Uh-huh.
you don't remember very much after the events of the seance. You remember closing your eyes. You remember this gentleman Hafiz reciting, the lights going dim, the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, and then this electric shock funneling through you. And then nothing. Blank blackness. And the next thing that you recognize is that you are in that dreamscape again, where you are on that road that seems to have no end, and the trees are curling in from their apex like claws, and that as you walk through this shadowy purple and red miasma, soundless, your heart the only feeling knowing that you are still there. You can see now, slowly, as if it's not receding but moving towards you, a shape in the distance. It's the shape of some kind of a facade, a house, perhaps. You recognize that it is the same house from the first time that you had this nightmare, and that no matter how much you ran towards it, it always seemed to recede from view. No matter how much you knew what was inside of it, the further it escaped from you. Except now, it moves towards you. And the door to this house is within your grasp. Or I should say the doorknob. What do you wish to do?
She sprints. She uses Step of the Wind. She does everything in her power to get to that door.
Absolutely. You make it with no time to spare. You run through this scene, this escape. You know that it is not real. You know that this place is not reality. It is some place else, some other place. Nothing that you can recognize. Maybe the shapes of this place are reminiscent of places that you've been, but it's all wrong. It's all shaped at non-Euclidean angles, and the makeup of this particular of all the substances just seems slightly off. And you reach the door. You hit it with a thud, but when you hit the door, it sort of bends inward, concave, and almost as if it's made of like a taffy substance. And from within, you hear a child's voice. Probably no more than 8 or 9. Hello? Who's there?
Louisa opens her mouth to answer. And it's like her throat has locked up. And she... Berta? Bertie, is that you?
Who is that?
It's Mama. Is that you? Is that you, darling?
You hear noises from inside the house, like the sounds of feet, small feet running, perhaps pattering towards the door. Who is that? Who is there? Don't come in. I won't let you come in.
Louisa stumbles back. I won't come in unless you want me to.
I would never. You're never coming in here. You're never, ever coming in. I'll never let you in. You'll never come in here. You'll never hurt me again.
I didn't mean to go away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't try to trick me.
I'm not.
I'm smarter than you.
Of course you are. You're the best of me. How could you not be?
Why won't you let me leave?
What?
And then you feel the door rebound. You are thrown 20 feet from the house. The house begins to move faster and faster away from you, as if pulled by some titanic hand. And you hear screaming from within the house. No, not again, not again!
Betty, Jack, what have you done?
And then you wake up, Louisa. But you are not Louisa. You are, of course, Karsten. And you remember nothing
Got it.
of the night before.
Karsten wakes up, stretches. All right. Let's go find my book.
Awesome.
Gets up.
The other three of you have pleasant dreams, although you don't remember them. Funny as it is. But you all prepare for the day that you will all hopefully bring yourselves to the door of Lord Wilfred Godefroy and rid yourself of your unending torment here. That is where we'll stop.
Fucking cliffhangers, not man.
Right after mind fucking Louisa. Nicely done.
You gotta end on a denouement. You gotta give her a little, you gotta tail it out. That's the way it works around here, folks. You just gotta make it happen. Dope.
Not expecting that.
Dope, Megan. Fucking dope.
Math kid like that.
I love it. I love it.
Way to broadside someone with backstory. I'm golf claps for you, friend.
Especially after already broadsiding me with "Here's a new character you know nothing."
You gotta keep them jumping up and down.
It was fun.
You're all my little improv character monkeys. It's fucking,
I love that I picked my polar opposite too. Like I love that I picked my polar opposite. It's gorgeous.
I fucking
wonderful.
love everything you guys do. Well, that's it for tonight, folks. Thank you for joining us here on Ravenloft, Domains of Dread, here on Slices and Dices. You can catch us here every Thursday and Friday. It seems like we're doing a lot more Thursdays and Fridays now than we ever have before, but that's because we have so much awesome content coming your way. And occasionally a Sunday or two with some Blade Runner stuff coming our way as well. But let's start with the tormented dream catcher.
Which one?
The tormented dream catcher. I know. I'm just like, which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with you, Megan. Megan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at Megan Lenapp on our Instagram, or on my Instagram, and Discord. Sadly, you will not see me next Ravenloft because I will be on a cruise ship. So enjoy this cliffhanger with Louisa.
I'm glad we got to do that before your cruise. That way you can be like on a cruise and be like, you won't believe what Matt told me in my last game. What a
It's true.
what a dick.
Well, I'm talking to the 60-year-olds who know nothing about D&D while they're sipping their mimosas, going, "Oh, that's interesting, there." Like it's gonna be great. So, good times.
Yeah, absolutely. Where are you going to cruise to?
We're going to the Bermudas and the Bahamas, so I'm calling it the Pretty Not Mama Vacation.
Nice.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Woohoo!
All right. Thank you so much, Megan. Moving down to Maeve. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Hey, I'm Maeve. You can find me here on Slices and Dices. I'm also in Aliens. Next Thursday, we'll see how good that goes.
Oh, yes.
Also, Sarah and Matt are there too. And then Artem is kind of on a hiatus, I guess. But we'll get back to it when everyone's doing good. So you can find me also on Twitter under Maeve Climber. I do art, like the picture that you saw this game, which made me laugh that we didn't see it until after we burnt ourselves. So it's like, wait.
I love the fact that you didn't. You're like, who's that? I don't know. Kind of cute. Whatever. Sister's cute too.
Well, actually, I think Devin would probably know who they are.
That's
right?
true. Actually, Devin would probably know who they are. That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Yeah. I also love the fact that I picked the one fucking NPC that apparently worked for the Weathermaid. So it's like,
You certainly did.
So
Great.
great. Oh, my God. I love
That was
it.
a carrot that was dangled in front of you. Let's be serious.
I
It
didn't-
was
yeah,
so
but I had no idea.
gorgeous, but it was so great. So good.
But yeah, so you can find me here and also Mates of Eight, and I don't really have anything else.
Cool. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna enjoy my hard alcohol that I probably don't do much of.
Damn straight.
Hey, drink it now. The game's over. You can get drunk. It's cool.
That's for sure. All right.
That's like half the
Red Platinum. Blade Mikmick, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at mostly the gaming websites where I don't post on the community's forums or post hardly anywhere. The most places I post is our Discord, and hopefully next Friday I'll be bringing back the Star Wars 5e game, and because the Star Wars 5e game is
Oh, well, it's only
somewhat
wait, oh,
cursed,
shit.
we're going to
Okay.
have one person down, maybe get another person in, because I can't keep people in for more than 2 sessions apparently.
You know what? I like. It's kind of like it's called a Western marches
Yeah,
game.
which is
Yeah, where basically
There
it's
you
just
go, yeah.
that's an actual like game type that's specified back in like first, second edition
West March,
D&D,
yeah.
West March game.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you basically have like a rotating group of characters that you're constantly changing through, which I like. I
Yeah.
like that a lot actually.
Yeah, so if
That's what I
anyone
want for Vason eventually.
Do
so.
it.
So if anyone wants to get in, just DM me.
Hint, hint.
I
Plug,
don't
plug. Say no more.
know anything about Star Wars, so no,
Mhm.
thank you.
We know, Maeve.
I can't believe you know nothing about Star Wars, Maeve. I don't know what's up with that.
I've never watched any of the movies. and I
JF
haven't-
Messin, if you're listening, what
Weird.
the fuck? You have a mission. Make it happen.
At least
I've
watch
played-
the original 3. At least watch the
You
childhood
only have to watch
trilogy.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
That's
The
all
other
you need.
6 are-
All you need. The original 3 is all that really matters, to be
And
honest.
Andor.
I love them all, but the original 3 is all that matters. Oh,
I
Andor.
played
Oh my
Andor.
god.
It was
So
nice.
fucking good.
And then
We'll
finally,
talk more.
Sarah.
Who stayed awake this whole game?
Damn straight.
Yay!
This is the
I took a
result of
3-hour nap
nap?
today to make sure it would happen.
Yeah.
Nap.
You did
Sarah
great.
can make it through the whole goddamn game. Hi, I'm Sarah. You can find me here on Slices and Dices. You can find me here most Fridays, most Thursdays, and some Sundays. I actually had a very fun moment at work today. I was chatting with a journeywoman on from my shop on my job, and mentioned that I was a streamer, and we chatted about it for a bit. And then I was on a different floor of the job. And a guy from a different trade, one of the plumbers, was like, "Hey, are you a streamer?" I was just like, "Yeah." Right after I found out his buddy had stolen my ladder. And yeah, I was like, you're the
true
motherfucker who
crime.
stole my fucking ladder. And then his buddy's like, hey, are you a streamer? And I'm like, wait, yes, actually, I am.
You see,
How's it going?
this is how does
Did he recognize me?
And so, well, no, he didn't recognize me. Like, I guess he had overheard me talking upstairs about streaming. Like, he's like, oh, because yeah, I stream all the time. I play a lot of video games. I'm like, oh, I play a lot of video games. I stream tabletop RPGs. And he was like, oh, cool. He's like, the day you came on this job, I looked at her. I'm like, she looks like a girl who streams. So I thought that was funny.
The fuck
And
does
then
that
he
mean?
shared that with the world. I don't know. I got colorful hair. Whatever.
You
Yeah, I was
look
gonna
like a
say,
girl who
that's
streams.
That's probably.
Yeah.
I actually also had a moment when I was because I was talking to someone else about streaming D&D, and one of the other apprentices was like, "Oh shit, I thought I was a nerd because I like Marvel movies." I'm like, "Marvel's mainstream, bro. Fuck off, whatever." But
Speaking
yes.
of movies,
So-
I may in fact, if any of you are a boot here in New York at the end of the month, I may go watch that D&D
yes.
movie. So we may get like a slices
Well,
and dices
you-
party or something.
First of all,
Oh.
do you know that Patrick is arranging a Thursday viewing?
Wait, when? This Thursday?
But it's
When?
unfortunately it's right before Call of Cthulhu, so it's too late for us to make it for COC in time. So I think Brandon and I think are gonna go slightly earlier.
Mhm.
I think we're gonna try and hit a 5 p.m. I don't know
Mhm.
what your work schedule is, but if you want to hit a 5 with us,
I will think about
because
it.
Pat's aiming
What day?
for a 6.
Thursday.
the
We can work it
30th
out. We
is-
can work it out. Let's do it
I'm
offline.
gonna be
as they
gone.
say.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Pat's aiming for a 6 to help out the day jobbers,
Mhm.
but 6 would not get me because it's just long enough. I wouldn't get home in time for Call of Cthulhu
Yeah.
with previews and all that shit.
All that
So,
scheduling stuff. It just wraps us up. So I get it. And
Brandon and I are aiming for a
I'll
5.
be
If
on
you
the
want to
boat.
come with us to the 5, you're more than welcome. I'll hit you up.
hit me up on Discord. Super.
I will.
Hey, folks.
All right, that's me.
other-
I'm Sarah.
Oh, wait. Thank you very much, Sarah. Maeve, one last thing. You go.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think tomorrow Mates of Fates is doing a Jackbox game thing.
That is correct.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
they are doing non-stream community Jackbox tomorrow.
super nice
Yes.
plug. I can't join
Just wanted
because
to
I will
let
be
you
in
know.
Connecticut. But
Have
Hey.
Of course,
fun.
though.
you guys have fucking fun.
I'm hanging out with the husband, but maybe I'll drag him in and we'll Jackbox together.
Jackbox
we'll
it
see.
up. Jackbox it up. I might watch if you guys stream it. If not, then fuck it. I'll live vicariously.
I gotta convince this motherfucker. Otherwise, I gotta spend time with a man I married. Because you know, that's what
Mhm.
you do
What are you gonna
when you
do?
marry someone.
That is what you do.
It is what you do.
All right, people are
Yeah.
yawning and stretching. Let's head out.
Also, I love him.
And of course, 1:30 in the morning, it's time to go. Hey, folks, we love you. So remember, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourself. Thanks for watching, folks. Have a great night. We'll see you all very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.